What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Pull on up, man. We got updates. We got updates. Catching you up on this war. This a real war. This ain't no video game. Like I said, Trump's called up more troops. And you have to wonder what is the objective of the war, because what we see now is and this was said before Trump. Okay, before Trump began, all the experts said, don't go into Iran. And they said, why? Because you really can't win. And it puts the American troops in harm's way. Is that there's unnecessary harm. And I see now, we're going to get into this thing, but I see now Trump has come out publicly recently, right here, 41 minutes ago, saying that he's willing to end this war without reopening Hormuz. Trump and his aides assess that a mission to pry open the choke point would push the conflict beyond his timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. He decided that the U.S. should achieve its main goals of hobbling Iran's navy and its missile stock and wind down the current hostilities, and then diplomatically try to resume the free flow of trade. Now, this is what he's saying. It says 41 minutes ago, but we've got troops, and we know that Trump, this is a strategy where he'll say something and he'll do the opposite. I don't know. Maybe this is the art of the deal. This is how he negotiates, where he'll come out publicly, say one thing, but they're still bombing. They're still fighting, but he'll say something like this, because that wasn't the goal. That was not the goal. The whole point is you got to take over Karg Island and reopen and open up the strait and regime change and boots on the ground. I think there's some boots. I don't know how many. I know he's ordered up another 10,000 troops, and that's for Bibi Netanyahu. And some people believe it's getting out of control. And we got a little, let me show you this. Where's this at? Pull on up. Let me show you this right here. We got a little video. Let me show you this. You want to get it here? I think this is it. Hold up. Hold on 1 second right here. Just take a look at this. Right here.
No, that it is.
Now we wanted to show you some of this terrain that they're asking these troops to go into. Check it out. Fair use, fair use. We'll try to run through here real quick. Now this is the mountainous ranges And this is this is just the beginning of Iran. This isn't the interior. This isn't Tehran. This is the outskirts. But you see how open you would be. You see how much you see those. You can get up in those mountains, and you can have the upper advantage if those troops are trying to come in via the ground. There's extreme exposure. Not to mention your drones. You're bringing in drones, and not to mention your landmines. You got that whole area peppered in landmines, all types of booby traps. And also that terrain, if you lose a member, if you lose a fellow soldier, that's gonna take 2, 3 people to try to hold on to them, pick them up. They gotta get them out of here. Those helicopters, it's all types of exposure. They said you can't do what they said. So, and then we're America, it's so far over and it's all for Israel. They're saying don't do that. That's a bad decision to make. Now, is Trump bluffing or what? There are some ground troops there, but he's ordered up more troops. Iran says there's been no talks. He continually says that they're talking peace. He said there's been no talks. Israel's eliminated the people who were supposed to be in charge. We're almost at I think, $1 trillion in debt as far as just off of this war. Stockpiles running low. Takes 3 years to make a tip. Takes about 2 years to make a tomahawk. And the stockpile, the tomahawks are going low. We know Israel's in Lebanon. We know that they've already said they're going to continue. And even Iran has says they're going to continue. Iran never said they were going to stop. But fair use, check it out.
Is a gigantic task to launch a ground invasion in Iran? Let's analyze. Iran's geography is a natural fortress. Encircled by towering mountain ranges, it naturally repels invaders. From the west, the Zagros Mountains run 1,600 kilometers along Iraq, with peaks over 4,000 meters and narrow passes that choke armor and expose convoys. This is the reason why during the 1980s Iran-Iraq War, Iraqi troops took Khorramshahr but stalled in Khuzestan foothills, trapped by terrain in an 8-year stalemate, costing over 1 million total casualties. To the north, the Alborz Mountains shield Tehran, abruptly climbing from the Caspian Sea's shores, funneling any assault into deadly choke points. Eastern borders with Afghanistan feature jagged uplands prone to flash floods. The interior? Vast, scorching deserts like Dasht-e-Kavir's salt flats and Dasht-e-Lut's.
Yeah, you see that? Salt flats. This is impossible.
158-degree heat, quicksand for vehicles, is hell for troops. Southern coasts along the Persian Gulf lead straight into Zagros foothills, complicating amphibious landings. Spanning 1.65 million square kilometers, Iran's terrain would demand immense logistics. It also favors the decentralized mosaic defense doctrine of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, ensuring local units continue fighting even if the capital falls. If any—
You see all that dirt, all that dust and sand and miles, and you see how much exposure. There's nothing to hide. You're out in the open no matter where you build. And you gotta go up all those sharp mountains, all that rock and booby traps, and the people, the sheep herders or whatever, goat herders living in those mountains, and they're armed and they're on horses, and it's just, and what are you trying to accomplish? And then he said 1 million. They got 100,000, 200,000 troops that they're going to rain down. On top of that, they don't look at it. The military is a little bit different. They have a disposable military, because they're fighting for different reasons. Americans would be fighting to win the war and come home. They're not fighting to win the war. They're fighting to lose their lives and then go to some fantasy that they've been promised after they die. So, and if you live in a cave, if you live in a cave with a goat and all you look out is all you're around is rocks, you probably look at that as, hey, this the way I'm living now. I'd rather go to the next level. And if you believe that, and some of them do, and that's what I'm saying. That's why we don't, America, that type of fanatical, uh, uh, that zealot, all of that philosophy, that's just not how we live. That's just not how we exist. Our heaven is on earth and we want to continue it. And that's what I'm saying. That's the thing, that's what the captains, that's what all of the experts are saying. That's why you don't go in there, because it's a different type of place. The law and your casualties is just too high. You're losing so many men that the mission becomes sort of irrelevant. And what are you trying to do? That means you got to stay there, open up the Strait of Hormuz. You got to stay there. And then you got to pay for this. So like the stream. Like the stream. And you see that terrain right there. You see how rugged that is.
Anyone knows history. Ground invasion of Iran isn't just tough, it's a strategic nightmare.
Often said that you can't win, you can't do revolutions from the air. That is true. You can't do it only from the air. You can do a lot of things from the air, and we're doing, but there has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this ground component, and I take the liberty of not sharing with you all those possibilities. There has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities.
Hey, you hear that? You hear that? Look at that. Look at that. It's mist. Can you imagine waking up in the morning?
A ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this.
Can you imagine waking up in the morning? You grew up in America. You're in the military. You get sent off to the mountains of Iran, and you wake up in the morning and there's camel. You smell camel and mist and gunfire, and you look at the horizon and you see nothing but dust, dirt and dust, and mountain people and men are in there living like that with livestock, and they don't want to live and they can't wait to go to the next. Nobody want to go over there and fight that, man. It ain't got nothing to do with bravery. Of course, we'll fight any place, anytime, anywhere. Of course. But this is why people say, this is something for the Middle East. They are used to living like that. This isn't the way America. You don't want to live. Look at all of that dirt and dust and mist and camels. And don't nobody want to be around that, man. Don't nobody join the service to be around that. And BB got to fight his own war. He got to fight his own battles. Look at that. We're Americans, man. We're proud. We're proud. Who's running America? I mean, like, who's in charge? Because, and like I said, we don't know. I'm looking at this report. He's saying that he'll leave without opening up the strait. Well, why you deploy all those troops? And then you got to, what about the people? Somebody said they were looking at some form of landing, and there were bombs. And what we're finding out is Iran, they're going after the radar. They know how to confuse the radar. They have all types of new equipment. See, we keep going. When we think about fighting, we think about fighting in the standpoint of World War II or Vietnam. Man, it's been a long time. It's just like computers. You know what I mean? If you bought a PC, if you bought a personal computer in 68 or whatever, 69, you think it would be on par to 2026? You think it would be the same thing? You think there wouldn't be no upgrades? And that's why they were saying the aircraft carriers and all those ships, they're having to take those ships back out to sea because the modern technology has rendered them too slow. They're still good for runways, but they have extreme exposure because of modern technology, not technology from 1941 or Vietnam, but now. And then the people you're fighting, Iran has a lot of weapons. They have a lot of money. They're not some small country that hasn't overinvested. They've overinvested in weapons, and they have no problem living the way they live. And somebody said Americans, they don't want to live like Americans. What's up with you, Shaka? They have no desire to try to recreate an American way of life. Yes, there you go. Let BP and his mercenaries handle this mess. And if anything, you should be having mercenaries over there. He said, when all is said and done, the body count. And if you're going to pull out, like Trump says, why have any body count? Why go over there for 2 more months on the ground, get casualties, basically fail, and then leave, and they control everything, and they pretty much know because of the way their country's made, it's just not, it's going to be very hard to infiltrate it. And the numbers, 90 million, and the amount of people there, and the size of their military. They're talking about 25,000, 30,000 troops against 250,000, a wave of Iranian troops, in addition to the tribes and all of the sects, all the Islamic sects that are going to unite. And I've always said over there, you better be careful because even Kuwait and all these allies, all these countries that claim to be the allies to the U.S., if they get in, if they can turn this thing into what a holy war, guess what? And there's mosques, there's certain, all it takes if the wrong mosque is hit, if a mistake is made, that flips the war. So they're way on the other side of the world. Let them stay over there. Let them stay over there. And Lindsey Graham saying, if they get a nuke, are you joking? You really think they're going to try to get one to America? That's insane. They're surrounded by enemies right there. They're going to, okay, they finally get the nuke and they're going to try to send it to them. They're not going to do that. Not only that, in the world we live in, it would be known that something that's coming this way, incoming. And we have second strike. They know it would be the end of Iran. They know that. Yeah, man, this thing right here, this is a bridge too far, man. This is a bridge too far. And what what's going on? Because I think we're losing our purpose. We want a regime change. We have it. We wanted the people to elect someone that they approve. That's impossible. Open up the strait. The strait was open before the war. It was open before the war. They're talking about Pakistan may join. And that's the problem when that's the mission creep. All of these extra things can happen. And we know that we don't have the full casualty count. We know that we're not getting the information. We're looking at other sources, but I mean, how accurate are those sources? And people discount the casualties like that's acceptable. One's too much. We knew there would be casualties. That's well, no, that's no, no. That's a mistake to even talk like that. We knew there would be casualties. And then, like on the other side of the fence, why? You're not making a point about why are there casualties? Why are there casualties in this war, in a war for Israel? We don't have any allies. It's just basically America and Israel, and all these other countries are opting out of the fight. And all of the countries there, they weren't notified. America went in, and now their bases and Dubai and all of these friendly Middle Eastern countries got basically this happened without them knowing it. And now they want them to assume casualties and they want to assume cost. And they're saying no. They're saying no. And you have to have a coalition of people to do this stuff. And that's why it takes time. But I know Trump don't want to waste. He said, why we want to sit around and go through all of these talkings and project and tell people what we want to do. Well, this is why you do that. Because then you get caught in the middle and then you don't have an objective. And you lose the American public. And we know Trump's polls, his numbers are going down. His numbers are going down. And we know he's going to throw Pete under the bus. And then you got JD. And then you got Marco. And there's going to be leaks. There's going to be leaks to the press. People are going to know they got to save their own skin. They're going to start talking to the press. They're going to start telling them what's going on behind the scenes. And there's already conversations that Trump wants to do it on his own. He's deliberately getting rid of these generals, these advisors. He wants to do it on his own. He wants to be the only person who solves the problem. He also, if he fails, he wants somebody to blame. He wants to blame someone. There's all types of reports of Christian nationalism. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, man. I mean, we're not that type of country. We're not a radical religious country. The conversation is getting out there, man. Nobody wants to prolong the conflict, and they're not going to be able to open the Strait of Hormuz. And they went over there to find that out. The Chinese are able to go in and out of the Strait. Pakistan. They've already struck a mosque. I'm looking now, and that if they said it was an accident, but see if they start striking these ancient mosques, that's going to unite the Middle East. China has made a call on Israel and the U.S. to stop the war. They're still trying to mediate it, but Beijing is urging the U.S. and Israel to immediately halt military operations. They're trying to cool the tensions. Iran's president thanks his people for standing alongside Iran, despite what we're being told they want a regime change. Doesn't seem like it. More ships were attacked last night. Drones targeted a group of Marines. Yeah, we're going to get the casualty, man. It's up there. It's up there. So more than 760 schools damaged in Iran. Hospitals, 300 hospitals. Those are war crimes. Those are all war crimes. 300 health central, 300 healthcare centers. That's hospitals, 760 schools. Those are war crimes. That's crazy, man. I thought I'd never be able to just openly say that. It's almost unbelievable. Those are war crimes. I don't get it, man. I just don't know. That one, that just, I don't know what's going to happen with that, man. I have no idea. I don't even know how you can do that and feel comfortable with yourself or profess that you're some type of member of a religion or a faith and you're committing war crimes and you think that that's how it goes. It's okay for you to commit a war crime. These are not combatants. And on one side of the fence, you say you care about the Iranian people, you want to free them, and they've committed atrocities against their own people, and you're there to free them. You're there for change and make things better, yet you're targeting hospitals and schools. That's crazy to me, man. That's that level of madness. That level of madness is beyond me, man. I can't even imagine. I can't even just when you think about it. I hope that's not true. I hope that's not true, man. And it would really cost our reputation of being a world leader if, yeah, we want to win, but we want to win at all costs. We have limits. And we get it, and I get what he's saying. We're not going to let the rules of engagement uh, prevent us from winning the war. Yeah, but still, you get you get better technology. You don't commit war crimes. America's moving. Yeah, 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 yeah. He said, "You believe the Iran regime before Trump?" Yeah, I do. I don't think Trump's telling the truth. I don't know if that's his strategy or what. But the sad thing about you, Will, is you'll believe anything he says. And the whole point of being a leader and establishing honesty is to tell the truth. He's not been telling the truth. He even admits he doesn't tell the truth. So then how are you going to get people to believe you? What they've had the Iranians come to the table and they've assassinated them. They took down the regime and then they came back with a new regime. And even Trump said that. The Israelis went in there and assassinated them. They're trying to negotiate something. They're saying, who do we talk to? Who do we talk to? And you're willing here to believe whatever line of propaganda. No, brother, we're different people. You're stupid. I don't believe every line of propaganda that's being fed to me. You think I don't know? When I look at Fox News, you think I don't know they're lying and they're trying to tell me how to think and they're trying to control me? You think I don't know that? You actually, and the sad thing about it, you think Fox News and those Newsmax, you actually think they're trying to help you. You believe that, don't you? Don't billionaires, they're telling you what they want you to think. Isn't that the whole thing with social media? Why don't you go live in Iran? I don't want to live in Iran. I don't want us to be over there. We got American troops. They shouldn't be over there. And see, this is what I'm saying. Go live elsewhere. Why don't you go live elsewhere? We live in America, brother. I don't have to believe every word of propaganda that's being fed to me. And I don't agree with this war. And Trump also said that he wasn't going to go to war. He made a promise. If you vote for me, I will not go to war. He said Kamala was the war president. He said Biden was the war president. He said, I will not go to war, you clown. You clown. He lied, but you blame me because he lied. How you blaming me for his lies? Yeah, he lied. I want us to come home. What are we trying to accomplish? He just said he might not open up the strait. Okay, well, why are we over there? Because before we went over there, the strait was open. And they know it's a choke point, and they've shown in animation all of the ways they got mines. You got all types of mines. So that means you can only go in with a certain size ship. They got all types of they're set up for that. They're engineered to do that. They got all types of mines. They know where the mines are. They got all types of land mines. They know where they are. They got all types of individuals in those mountains who are pushing back all in those mountains. Those are not really their military. Those are just combatants. And then you have so much exposure. So, and then you got drones. Drones are disposable. And they're not easy to take down. And then what are you trying to accomplish? It was open before the war. It was open before the war. I'm looking at it right now. We're in the middle of a Final Four. We're in the middle of a Final Four. Business as usual here in America. Business as usual. Nobody want to go way over there with all of that dirt and rock. Who wants to go over there? Who wants to have a family member stationed over there with all that dirt and all of those mountains and sheep and camels and stink and water, lack of water? Nobody. And Trump said it would be no war. Look at that. You want to go over there? Look at that. You want to go live on that? You want to go and defend? Look at that. Look at it. Ain't nothing growing there, just dirt. Said get turned into a sugar cookie. Do you want to go over there and live like? That's what I'm saying. And what's wrong with that, man? What's wrong with saying, hey, Trump, you said no war? Well, it's a little war. There's no such thing as a little war, especially if people lose their lives. The American people sell us on the war. How do you sell us on the war? Show us you're going to win. How do you sell us? We got to put boots on the ground. Come on, man. We can't have no boots on the ground. We refuse to have boots on the ground. And one day we beat them. It's over. They got no military. They got no missiles. And then we're talking about retreating without taking the Strait of Hormuz. But if they have no way to defend themselves, why don't you just go take it? Why is the strait blocked? So that's what I'm saying. They're talking about going in, getting the uranium. I don't even know. Can you do that? And you know where it is? He says, so we should let Iran have a nuclear weapon. What does it have to do with us? What is Iran getting a nuclear weapon have to do with us? They're going to get them eventually. So we should let them. Israel has them. Israel has them, and NATO isn't allowed to check. And see, what you're running into is you're trying to sell this fanaticism, this religious fanaticism that they practice. We don't look at our faith. Some of us do, a few of us do, but we don't look at our faith like that. We're not religious fanatics. We're not trying to usher in the second coming. We're not trying to do that. The strait was open until Trump attacked. It's been 50 years they've been funding terrorism in that region for over half a century. Why are we acting like we ran into our best friend before Trump? I don't know what that means, but Trump is president, but he's lied. He said there would be no war. His disciples think that we're supposed to be just fine with his lies. And the people who lose their lives, they can't come back. They cannot return. And when you look at that dirty, rocky, I don't even think you can grow anything over there. Nobody want to live in that. And we're asking American service members to leave America, the comforts of America, to go to this filthy location and lose their lives for a place we're going to leave and then turn around and say we didn't accomplish our mission, but we took down a bunch of their missiles and we took down their navy. For what? Who cares? Who cares? No American life is worth one. None of their navy, their regime, none of that stuff. And we didn't even succeed. And who does it serve? It serves Benjamin Netanyahu. He benefits. America doesn't benefit from this. He benefits. He's been whining. And they don't have, I thought he said it was nuclear weapons. They don't have any. And now you got China, and they're saying that Putin is laughing. The guy at China, I don't know, Beijing, He's laughing, even in North Korea. They're all laughing at Trump because they know Trump's trying to intimidate them. That's not working with them. And they're helping Iran. They've said that Pakistan's going to join. They're helping Iran. This is not a good thing. $20, yeah. I think diesel's at $7 a gallon now. It went from what, 250? It's $7. You got people who have to drive on the road. That's how they feed their family. So the prices, they're going to transfer it over to the consumer. I saw a chuck roast, about $30. Chuck roast, $30. That's normally that's stew meat. It normally goes about 15. Even with COVID, I think it got up to maybe, with COVID gave it 17. It's 30 now. And you see a lot of food in the stores, and the stores aren't able to sell it because it's too expensive. What are you going to do with that? This is wild, man, what we're in the midst of, and more debt, more death, more lies. More debt, more death, more lies. That's what you get. And then you get the sycophants who think you're supposed to believe every lie. Every lie that comes in. They said no war. No war means no war. You're looking at higher prices. And then they're saying Trump is saying they're making progress so that he can influence the stock market. The market goes up, it goes down based on what they believe what's going on. He said war don't mean no war. Okay. No war don't mean no war. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And you're right, brother. You're exactly right. Because we see the world differently. He says no war. I interpret that as he's not going to war. I didn't say he couldn't defend his position. We're not going to war. We attacked Iran with Israel. Our allies are not supporting us. The Middle Eastern allies didn't even know about it. Dubai's lost $1 trillion in revenue. These countries didn't even know about it. We attacked them, then we turn around and say, join us. And then he says, no war means no war. So what does it mean then, brother? You tell me what it means. You telling me what it means. I'm a realist. If he said no war and somebody hit us with nuclear weapons, you expect him not to go. When did we get hit with nuclear weapons? When did we get hit with a nuclear weapon? When did we get hit with a nuclear weapon? He said, and we get hit with a nuclear. When did we get hit? I don't remember us getting hit with a nuclear weapon. And this stuff costs money and it costs lives. And that's what you guys don't want to deal with. I know you want to be, listen, you don't like the Democrats. You don't like black people. Okay. So you're willing to sit back and worship anything that this administration does, any lie they tell, you'll believe. But why do you get mad at your fellow American if they don't agree with you? Why do you get mad at your fellow American? What does your race have to do with it? You know what? Let me get you out of here. This dude think because he's black, that gives him carte blanche to just come in here and blindly support Trump. It doesn't, brother. You know what we do? Fools like you, we send you to the dungeon. Enjoy your stay, idiot. This guy thinks because he's black that his loyalty to Trump means something. Don't mean nothing over here. Let me get rid of you. That means you're stupid, brother. That means you're black and stupid. You're right. I didn't know you was black. So at first I thought you was just stupid. But since you decided to let me know that you're black, that means you're black and stupid. And then what makes you think that that means something? I'm black. Hey man, I'm black. And what does that mean? Help me with that. I'm black. Hey man, Trump lied. Trump didn't lie. Just because we go to war, that don't mean we at a war. What? He didn't lie, but he said he wouldn't go to war. But no, that don't mean just because he say something, he do something else, that don't mean he lied. Well, that don't make any sense. Boy, I'm black. And? Hey man, I'm black. Okay. And I support everything Trump do. Okay, why don't you go over there and fight? Why don't you go volunteer for the military then? Why don't you say, I want to go right to the front lines? I want to send me to the Strait of Hormuz. I'm black. Send me over there. Why don't you do that? And your blackness just got you put on the block list, you stupid Negro. Care nothing about your color, boy. You don't mean nothing over here. Can't influence me yet. I'm black. So I'm saying, yeah, I know. Yeah, and you're stupid. Yeah, he's brainwashed. And he's brainwashed. And why don't you go over there and fight, man? Them black heels right there, them dirty rocks, that's where you need to be. And take Nick Cannon with you. Take Amber Rose, Nick Chili, and Nick Cannon with you. Y'all can go over there in that dirt and fight. While Trump is living in the lap of luxury at one of his golf courses or one of his resorts, while you out there becoming a sugar cookie. Light the stream, man. We got more troops coming. Trump's dealing with the fact that this is a lot harder, tougher than he thought it was. He was told, don't do it. He was told, don't spend any money. He was told, don't close the strait. He understands how it affects our country. We're not as independent as we used to be. We're becoming almost one society where this side of the world does this side of the world does that, this side of the world does that. So when you have a war, you have interference because we're so connected. And that is the problem. Yeah, and we're looking at the pollution, man, and they're hitting all those oil fields and just blowing up everything. This is wild, man. And you know, every time I see a missile strike, I just, and we're 19, we're 40 million, 40 trillion in debt. And I look at that stuff, you know who's going to wind up paying for that. You know exactly who's going to wind up paying for that. Yeah, Jesus wouldn't want a war. He certainly wouldn't be the first person to strike, saying the other person is going to get him, so he's going to get them first. That in itself is criminal. Walking around saying, "Hey, I'm gonna get you first," that's criminal. Well, I ain't gonna let you. You ain't gonna get me, so I'm gonna get you first. That's how a criminal thinks. That there's not even a faith. There's nothing religious about that. That is an aggressor. That is a terrorist. That's a paranoid, aggressive terrorist who has a philosophy: I'm gonna strike first. And this is a different world, man. I'm looking at our ships. I know we need to accomplish the sea, but in this new day, I mean, this new age, and you see us, we're about 10 years from the bots. And maybe that's what we need to do. Within the next 10 years, we won't have to send ground troops. We'll send bots. And those robots are going those hills. Those robots will go on that mission. They'll be out trying to get territory and seize things. And they, well, other than the money, they're expendable. Human life's not expendable. And we know a month before that this war wasn't winnable. And when you someone a general, if you've been studying the Middle East for 25, 30 years in a room full of other strategists, and you understand everything, the terrain, the logistics of and how you deploy and all of that stuff, and you say, well, this is not a good time, Mr. President, Mr. President, this is not a good time to do this. And he says, well, I don't care what you say. In fact, I'm gonna do it because I say I'm gonna do it. And also I lied to the American people and they're not for it. That's one aspect of going to a conflict. You have to win over the American people. It's their kids, it's their offspring that you're gonna send to defend your decisions. And they're concerned. They wake up every night wondering about their kid, wondering about their family member. They know he's over there, she's over there. They know this. And then they look at Trump and his kid is right there with him. And all of his staff, all of their people are well protected. And you get these clowns in the chat box who basically tell you that if you don't believe every word of propaganda, you're wrong. This is America, brother. This isn't Russia. This is America. You don't have to agree with the administration. And if you say faith and religion, it says certainly that matters. It clearly matters to them. What's wrong with you disagreeing from a moral standpoint? What are we trying to achieve? We depleted the stockpile of weapons. They've depleted ours. And now it's going to take us years to try to rebuild. Years. Missile City is no more. Okay. I saw that. I saw the bombing. I saw that. There, I'm hearing, I'm seeing. Says right here. The war in Iran has been ongoing for a month and it's showing no signs of ending. On the contrary, with every passing day and newer military engagement, the escalation ladder only seems to be moving up. The U.S. Israel combo, which had initiated this war through preemptive strikes of Iran on February 28th, are finding the going difficult as Iran is proven to be more resilient and stronger than what we initially projected. Despite the killing of its supreme leader in a targeted strike on day one, as well as the continuing losses and damages in key infrastructure, Iran is hitting back, forcing the U.S. and Israel to think of newer options to ensure the achievement of their objectives as well as an early end of the war. What is the U.S. aiming for? Only one such option is the possibility of inserting a few thousand ground troops into Iran. Reports already indicate that an estimate of 5 to 7,000 troops have been mobilized and dispatched as likely to be fully assembled by April 7th, 6th through 7th for the launch of an offensive. This deployment could include the 82nd Airborne Division with 2,500 paratroopers as well as American naval ships, U.S. Tripoli, 2,500 Marines of the 31st Marine Expedition, the USS Boxer, 2,200 Marines. The likely objective of this ground offense could vary from taking control of the Persian Gulf to the launch of special forces to recover the highly enriched uranium hidden somewhere in Iran. Come on, I mean it's hidden, but they're going to recover it, and it's radioactive. That's the thing. I mean, like you're going to go in and find the uranium. I mean, like, are you prepared for that? Are you prepared to remove uranium? And well, you would think that would be sensitive. I'm serious. Like you're a U.S. I mean, you're someone who's going in. What are you going to have, a box? You're going to need a truck. And that stuff's radioactive, man. Capture the located ports and airports, in addition to how Iran may counter any such move. One of the major factors in planning and the success of such an operation is the terrain. In fact, in planning any military operation, it's the terrain analysis that precedes any operational planning, and therefore a brief overview of the formidable terrain that Iraq presents to any invading force. It's very important to make that analysis. Iran's a huge country. It's the 17th largest by the size in the world, almost twice the size of Iraq, 75 to 80 times the size of Israel. It's often called the fortress of Iran, owning formidable mountain ranges, which virtually forms a wall in the north and west, south. The diverse landscape also includes deserts, a 750-kilometer coastline, the Caspian Sea in the north, the Persian Gulf and the Oman Sea in the south. Yeah, the Zagros Mountains. Wow. Yeah, it's just mountain ranges. Iran has planned their defensive strategy using the mountain ranges as a natural defensive shield. Expansive deserts. Their physical geography makes ground operations literally impossible, both in terms of troop and equipment and time. Yeah, all of that dirt and sand that gets into your equipment, it'll sink. Some of that soft sand, it sinks. And then it's got all that sand in it, man. And then water. You know, you need water to try to clean out those Jeeps, but then you need water to drink. And all of that stuff is you're going to be seen because you need all of that type of equipment. And then you got the troops, and then you got tents. And that water's deep. The Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, these are deep water. You can put submarines, you can have mini subs all in it, in addition to your landmines. You also can deploy mines from up under the ships with submarines and with with drivers, teams. Military engagement there becomes literally impossible. A lot of it's flat lands, which means that you're going to have an unobstructed field of fire. It gives advantage to the defender. They can use missiles and drones. So, in order to capture Karg Island, you got to capture the coastline. There's other islands, Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf. And once you accomplish it, you got to hold on to it. And that's where you start getting into your carnage. You got Lakark Island, and they have a toll gate, Strait of Hormuz, where they're charging people. Anyone who controls this, anyone who controls this, exposes themselves to the lack of natural exposure, and any sustained resistance will be met with stiff resistance. Mountain ranges, all of this stuff, man. No clear plan. The landing of troops on Karl Island and the development of operations along the coastline in the west is feasible, but the terrain poses challenges in sustaining the operation, mainly due to close proximity to Iran's main defenses and total lack of natural cover. U.S. troops are being moved into the theater of operations. It looks certain that the ground operation, once launched, will face major challenges and possibly a complete failure. While Iran is ready with its defenses prepared and missiles locks, its terrain, its mountainous regions, its natural exposure, its flatlands almost turn Iran into a fortress and makes it difficult to conquer. Nobody knows where the uranium is. And that will mean a lot of troops will be walking into an ambush. Enriched uranium is extremely volatile for transport, and it's radioactive. That's what I'm saying. When you think about what they're saying is they're going to go find uranium. They don't know where it is. Who's going to find it? And then it's very radioactive. So you can't be around it. You can't touch it. And when you start talking about having the shielding, that's heavy. So how are you going to sneak in or find this stuff with the type of equipment? And it's volatile. All they got to do is get some rounds off. And you're in rugged, semi-mountainous terrain with sandy, sand all into your trucks, and you're trying to find enriched uranium. That's like taking gasoline cans. Would you want to take a couple of drums of gasoline into the mountains of Tehran? The mountains of Iran, right? When they got gunfire and you got gasoline barrels, all they got to do is get a couple of shots off and hit the barrels. Yeah, this is not a good idea. Says he said, "No, I'm not. None. All of this is factual, brother. All of this is factual, and we want our troops to survive. We want them to return back to America healthy. They deserve it. They deserve our support, and they were born here. They deserve the spoils of this American society. They shouldn't have to be over in Iran. If anything, Israel troops should be over there. Kuwait troops, those are the people that should be over there. They were talking about the mercenaries. I would be for that. I would be for them getting nothing but mercenaries to serve American interests and leave Americans at home. And you say, well, what are they for? They're for the defense of America. That's what they're for. They're not to be deployed in Iran. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. It's April 1st. What are you finna get into, man? Let me see what we're looking at. April, is it April? No, it's the 31st. My fault. I jumped the gun. It's the 31st. And this is what they use. Yeah, this is what they're using America for. Yeah. It's sad, but it's true. I know it's not, brother. If you was listening, I corrected that. Do the MAGA people use a different type of gas pump? No, MAGA has family in. Yeah, what they do? They do have family in the military. I don't know. Yeah, you're looking at diesel fuels up, gas is up. They say they're going into the reserves, but that you can't really depend on that. Gas, the fuel prices are going up. The food prices are going up. The energy prices are going to go up. And you have to wonder about this stuff, man. Who's in charge? And why are we so beholden to the Middle East? Why we shouldn't even be in there? We've been fighting over there forever. Peace in the Middle East. Do they want peace? Do they want it? You have to wonder about it. Do they even want peace? Yeah, we want that oil, man. We want that oil. That's why we're going over there to get that oil. We want that oil. And they're sending them over there. And it's sad to see. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We're telling the truth over here. And we're all Americans, but it's impacting the economy in a very negative way. And we're talking about foreign travel. This stuff's impacting foreign travel. Yeah, and you about on that in the way they're being deleted over there. The way that they're losing lives over there it's just unacceptable. He said Iran, they eliminated the regime and they eliminated the second regime. And he's talking about Iranian eliminated their own people. That's not true. I'm sure they do that over there, though. I'm sure they do. But the whole notion that you can't say you care about the Iranian people if you're bombing hospitals and schools. You can't say that. Those are war crimes. But we know that you will believe anything you hear because you want to support this administration at all costs. You don't care about the truth. You could care less about the truth. You want to support because you're brainwashed and you're on some Democrat, Republican nonsense. And this is about the American people. This is about what's good for the American people. Is this good for us to be over there? Can we even afford it? We got American troops over there. We're risking their lives. Is this what we should be doing, or is this a mistake? And how many people, the Mark Levins, the Ben Shapiros, the Tucker Carlsons, how many people have their own children, their own blood over there in that country? How many of them? Yeah, we're not even into no Democrat Republican foolishness. Like the stream, brother. I don't even know what to say, man. We try. We try. But you have to wonder who's running America. American troops, a ground invasion, 10,000 more troops called up. Netanyahu said he ain't done. Netanyahu said he can attack anybody he wants at any time. And then just accuse him of trying to get a nuke. And America's backing that up. America's backing that up. And we just went over the terrain and how big Iran is. It's 10 times the size of Israel. It's got more people. What are we going to do? Stay over there the whole time? And if we do, we're going to lose people. And we got to pick their people. If well, first of all, that ain't gonna happen. But if that did happen, that would turn. You want to turn the Iranian people against their leaders? Pick their people. They're not going to trust the guy. Whoever you install, the people are not going to be loyal to that person. That's going to create civil war. if we haven't created that already. That becomes your migrants. That becomes all of the people. They can't live there, so then they start to flood to other places. And anytime you get refugees or whatever, they drain your resources. They drain all of them. And somebody has to pay for that. And who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for that? Who's honestly going to sit up and pay for that? This proves Trump didn't care about immigration or the economy. He wanted the presidency for war and nothing else. He feeds off the racism of his voters, and he's a puppet for Israel. Wow. Wow, looks like it. It looks like it because what we got is why are we even over there? Like I said, I was just watching the Final Four. You see how peaceful and the things that we enjoy? The UConn Duke game. You see what we get an opportunity to sit back and enjoy in America? American talent. We created all of that. And this is one of the comforts of our country. And not only that, it was on TV. It was just like on CBS. You didn't have to pay. If you wanted to watch a good game, you could have watched the game. We don't want to live in dirt and dust and with goats and sheeps and with rags and all. We don't want to live like that. We know we can live better than that. We know we're better than that. We know we're better than that. And we'll defend our allies. Iran, the terrain, if you want to go in there, you got to get that terrain down. The Zagros Mountains. You got to get through that. You got to get through it. Coming in through Kuwait. But once again, you can go over there and capture that island, but then you got to stay there, which is constant exposure. Constant exposure. It says the U.S. military has been working on plans for a ground raid in Iran for years, as President Trump is reportedly considering putting the boots on the ground. For years, America's considered options along the southern coast of Iran, seizing islands, seizing small bases, typical raids, and a raid in an operation with a planned withdrawal. You're not going to stay, but some of those islands you could seize and hold. That would have a couple of effects. First of all, it would profoundly humiliate Iran and give us great weight in negotiations. The second, the example of Karg Island, which everybody talks about. If you seize Karg Island, you really can shut down the Iranian oil economy completely. And the beauty of seizing it is you're not destroying it. The Department of Defense has been planning for ground operations lasting for weeks in Iran. The ground operations may involve special operating forces and regular infantry troops. Some 8,000 sailors and Marine will be joining ships, U.S. Tripoli, arriving in CENTCOM area in the Middle East. The amphibious ready group of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit includes transport and strike fighter craft, as well as amphibious assault and tactical assets. The U.S. could achieve some level of success without a ground component, but I think success looks like the Strait of Hormuz getting open. And that's probably as much you can hope for. The majority of Americans have a negative view of the war. 60% of the American public are against the war in Iran. 40% are for it. And to those 40%, why don't you practice what you preach? Why don't you practice what you preach and send troops? I mean, send your family members, send your relatives to that war. You can join. You can go right now to a military recruitment center with your kids or yourself. I think they raised the age up to 42. Why don't you go and you say, I'm only joining under one condition, that I'm deployed to Iran? They can put that in your record. They can do that. If you're not going to send me to Iran, I don't want to go. You can do that. They'll be in your record. When you get through with your boot camp, they'll suit you up, and they'll drop you there or they'll ship you there. So we're looking at, this is April. You're looking at, I'd say by June. Yeah, by June 15th, you could be over there in Iran defending the country, practicing what you preach. 40%, you support the war. Even though Trump said he would start no war, you can be there. What's holding you up? What's stopping you? What's stopping you, huh? Poking the hornet's nest. Like the stream, brother. Yeah, and the body counts. That's my thing. The carnage and the body counts. That's just too much. The price is too high. The price is too high. There's a cost. When you say we want to take over the Strait of Hormuz, what is the cost of that? What is the cost of Karg Island? What is the cost? If you say we'll lose half or 30% of our troops, the cost is too high. The cost is too high to do what? The cost is too high. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with making it be known that the cost is too high. Like the stream, brother. We got an update. There's conversations that Trump said that, perhaps maybe the generals are getting to him. Maybe the people in his, administration, maybe he's listening. Maybe it took it a while. Maybe they're getting to him, because now there's conversations. I think Marco Rubio said it's possible that they can leave and the strait stays open. I mean, the strait stays closed. That's what he's saying. So perhaps that's the direction we'll go. But the question is, who's running America? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Hugh. Even 1% is too high. And that's what you have to look at that. Listen, are there brave troops that's willing or will accept the outcome of something like that? Yes. Yes. But that's why you have to be strategic and make sure that you don't put them in harm's way unnecessarily. And when you talk about those flatlands, you got miles and miles of flats, which leaves you open to gunfire, artillery fire. And that's what they're talking about because the places that you're trying, and that's why they built those camps. They know they put them there because they knew if somebody tried to get them, they would be able to defend that position based on the geography of where they're already at. Yeah, and all of that dirt, that sand gets into your equipment. And you got to get it out. And when you start talking about having the equipment for water, carrying the water, creating the water, that's exposure because it's not small. It's not small. And then you got to feed your troops. And when you start talking about, when you say something like a 12-man team, perhaps that's small. But when you start talking about 10,000 troops, you're going to see them. That's a small city. That is exposure. And that is what we're trying to do. Who's running the country? And are you happy with that? You know, I didn't vote for the Ayatollah. I didn't vote for Netanyahu. I didn't vote for these people. Why do they have so much influence in America? And why have we accepted that? Why have we just accepted that without any complaint? The easily manipulated have been made to hate our ally in the area. I disagree with that. I'm gonna say this again. I couldn't disagree more with you. I think that the problem is they don't want American troops to go over there. And he said easily manipulated. Well, if that's what you want to say, what about the Gaza Strip? Was that religious? And hasn't that been the point? Hasn't that been the point that you got to sell the war? Hasn't that been the point? Wars have to be sold. And people who practice their faith, they don't look at a group of people as as expendable. People who practice a faith, they believe in their religion. They don't look at, okay, that group of people, your faith don't apply to them. Everything that you're taught not to do, it's okay to do to them because they're not practicing the same faith as you. Those are the crusades, ain't it? Sounds like the crusades. He's bringing up Biden again, bro. Biden is not president. Biden's not probably BB. No, he said who was running America? Well, it probably would be BB. I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know why you think it was. I don't know. I would say he's doing it, but I know I could get what you're trying to say. I don't know. They have a lot of influence on the Senate and everything, brother. So Biden just didn't go with it. I personally think Kamala was extremely influential because she knew Biden. She knew Biden was old, and she knew Biden. He just wasn't 100%. She knew that. So I think that since she knew that, she had an extreme amount of influence on him. Because she got to work with the man every day. She can tell if he's, mental like that, he's sliding out. She can tell if he's not 100% focused. And we do have to wonder who at this point, American troops, ground invasion, we take over the island, we take over their oil point, we got to stay. And that's a big place. And somebody talked about the equipment in Afghanistan. That stuff that's junk. That stuff's full of all types of sand. It's worn out. Gaskets are worn out. It's dried out. Over that dry heat, your gaskets are messed up. It's full of sand. They left that stuff. It's junk. It's junk to America. They left that junk over there. So what, they managed to piece together a couple of trucks. And people are talking about he left equipment there. Yeah, they left some outdated, worn out equipment. Just like here. Whatever they take there, they're going to have to leave there. Because it's going to be full of sand. It's going to be dried out. It's going to have burnt gearboxes. It's not prepared for that. And don't nobody want to go live in no cave with no goat or whatever, a sheep, and just live there for years, talking about when you die. When the Lord call you home, things going to be good. Man, we Americans, our heaven is on earth. Yeah, I ain't with that, man. Living in a mountain with a goat. That stuff matters, man. You gotta look at it like that. Said Iran would love Kamala. I don't think had she won, I don't think we would be in this position. But it's possible we could be, because you're right. BB's very influential. It's possible. You can never say never. It's possible. Would she be a rubber stamp? I think she would. I think she would. I think she'd be trying to prove herself. I think that she would be overcompensating. What's up with you, bro? He seeing you in a minute, Bino. How you doing, brother? He says, well, Trump's got us over there, man. But he's already thinking about getting out of there. We've been over there for what, 4 weeks, going on 5 weeks. We caused a lot of damage, got rid of the regime. If that country falls, it's going to be a refugee problem all over there. Oh man, can you imagine that? They're going to flood the surrounding countries. And remember, those people got to eat, they got to sleep, they got to use the bathroom. That's going to drain resources. And in addition to the water, you don't have that much water. And then you got to rebuild those countries. What do you rebuild them for? If they lose half their population, what do you rebuild? Hell, it's not even fully occupied now. It's all that mountain. You can't live in that. You got a handful of people living out there, the sheep herders, but you don't nobody want to live out there. They want to live in the modernized part. Is BB alive? I think so. I think he is. I've seen him doing his press conferences. It looks like it to me. Haven't seen him though. You're right. Haven't seen. Normally you see him a lot. Question: who's running America? Who's in charge? Is that a legitimate question? Last night there were a bunch of strikes. Yet we're still, and we hear that they're negotiating. Yet they're talking about reparations. They're talking about rebuilding Iran. They're talking about guarantees you can't come in again. And they had said nothing about giving up that enriched uranium, which we just said is very volatile. It's like gas, and it's radioactive. And when you start talking about getting that, and I think they got like almost 1,000 pounds, 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium. How do you take that? How many men? And in addition, do you have the containers to even, I'm talking about secretly remove something like that? Or do you just go in with a bombing mission and just blow it up? So let them all go to the United Kingdom. They already took over the UK. You serious? Can the UK? Yeah, you're right. There, I've been here. I don't know what's going on in the UK, but you serious? You think that you destabilize Iran and send half its population, 45 million people, to the UK, and immediately those people got to be housed, they got to be fed, they got to have the proper disposal of their waste, in addition to the demands of education and jobs. You think that'd be a good idea? And you have to take that into consideration when you destabilize, and then you get into nation building. We saw that in Iraq, because then you're trying to get Iranian people to learn our ways, our Western ways. They don't want to be Western. They don't want to live the way we live. And we have to be careful with that. And mission creep and nation building and terrorism. We have to be aware of those things. Like the stream, man. Support the Cash App, man. Hit the super chat. Pace, here we go. Hit the super chat. Hit the Cash App. Support the platform. So I don't understand how a small country has so much power over America. Well, it's the leadership. And they also have a lot of lobbyists, and they also give to Congress. And they support campaigns. They believe, I think Trump got what, 100 million or something like that from it, and they get influenced. And because they give them money, they have to serve their interest. It said the Chinese won. America done lost the war. All that oil. America done lost the war. All oil that would be coming through the Strait and Red Sea is now being brought in Chinese yuan, which is 40% global. Yeah. The petrodollar. You're right. You're right. And they were saying they were trying to keep it from Chinese. You're right. You're right. And we're going to pay for that. That was the whole thing with Venezuela, to keep it from the Chinese. We're a different type of country, man. We care about each other in a different type of way. We don't want to live. We don't want to live like they do in Iran. Iran don't want to live like us. We don't want to live like them. They live in mountains. They live, the way they live. And that's not even, they literally live in the mountains. That's them. Let's bring the troops home. Was it a bluff? Let's bring the troops home. Let's use diplomacy and settle these differences. We've already, Israel's already went in there and assassinated their leaders. And let me say this to you. You can say what you want to say, but how is that right? What gives Israel the right to go in and just take someone's life? So they knocked that regime out. And where's the nuclear weapons? There are no nuclear weapons. Where are the nuclear weapons? Well, we went in there and we assassinated them because they got nuclear weapons. They don't have nuclear weapons. So they went in there and knocked down that regime. And they're going down for the next regime. And then you had the Gaza Strip, and you saw what happened there. And now you got Lebanon. Should America be in this war? Israel has a right to defend themselves, but they need to use IDF troops. They have a right to defend themselves, but they got to use their own troops. They got to risk their own lives. And 60% of the country don't support the war. And the guy was in the chat saying, you need to have blind love and support for Israel. Well, that's up to you to sell that to the American people. You got to sell it to the American people. Apparently, you haven't been able to do that. You haven't been able to sell it to American people that you should have just blind, unwavering loyalty and support to Israel. You have some, you do. But is it working? Are the methods working? Are people buying into it? Do people think that it's okay to take down another country's leadership because you don't agree with them, because you don't like them? People are asking that. Do you think it's okay? Is it okay to go into this country and take their leadership down because you feel some superiority or there shouldn't be any judgment of you? Is that okay? Is that what we're doing? And that's what a lot of people are searching, and they're trying to find the meaning to this. They're saying, wait a minute, we get it. Terrorism, threats, you have a right to defend yourself. But you just said you went in and got the first regime, you knocked them down, and then when Trump gathered a new gathering of people to negotiate against him, against Americans' knowledge, you came in, you assassinated them. So who's going to run the country? Who they're going to negotiate the peace with? And people believe that they're trying to keep America over there. And they were saying just a small country, why is it so influential? That you do have to wonder about that. You do have to wonder about that. You do have to make a legitimate, unwavering assessment. And then we got the terrain over there. We're not used to that. We're not used to all those rocks and all that dirt and dust and all that goat and camel. We're not used to that. We have horses over here. We grow up around horses. We grow up around stallions and the Long Ranger and that. They ride camels over there. We're not going to speak on what the goat thing. We're just different. They grow up like that. This guy, he was stationed in Kuwait. He was telling me about how they grow up. He was saying that thing, they don't look at it the same way we do. He said he was over there for 2 years. He know exactly what they do. We're telling me about all types of things that they do. I can't even talk about it on YouTube. But he was saying that you got to go over there and understand they look at it differently. He was like saying growing up in America, you grow up a certain kind of way. You simply are raised differently. You look at the world differently. That TV and all that stuff, that's not a big deal. Living in a cave, that to them, that's not a big deal. So you live in a cave, you have a mule and a sheep, no woman, and when you die, you go to your Iranian wonderland, and that's how they live. Like, share, support. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. You have some information. You have something to add. Now's the time to join the stream. We're trying to figure this thing out. James says, do you understand Iran has funded terrorism through proxies for decades? That's deleted our troops. We are tired of this BS. I got you on that, James. And I understand that fully, James. Okay, but all right. So we committed. So you saying because they commit terrorism, we should do the same? I fully understand what goes on over there. But we need to have a strategy and we need to have a clear objective. And we also need to understand this possibility we could be pulled over there because they want us to stay. We also have other responsibilities. You can't pull all your troops. You can't do that. You still got to maintain an efficient military. And you have your resources allocated in a way that you don't expose yourself on either side. He said, tell Bibi to send his troops. Yeah, what's wrong? Why do people get upset when you say that? I don't get that. Why do people get upset when you say, well, okay, we didn't say you couldn't defend yourself. Tell him to send his troops over there to the terrain of Iran. And then people get mad at you. They act like you don't get it. What is it I'm missing? What is it I'm missing? What am I not getting when you say send your troops to take over the Strait of Hormuz, to seize the Persian Gulf? Why do people get confused by that? And I'm 100% for them paying mercenaries. I don't care. You can get 20,000, 25,000 troops from Iraq that'll do your bidding. Okay, send them over there. Supply them, send them there, and let them fight for us. Okay. I'd rather see that than American troops. He says because American troops, or they think American troops are expendable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. When you say, hey, man, I didn't say that they don't have a right to defend themselves. I didn't say that they they believe that they have to do these things. I said, why do you want American service people to put their lives down? That's what I'm saying. And uranium, I mean, who's going to go there and touch that stuff? That stuff's radioactive. That would be Israel troops. Let them go in there and take the uranium. First, you got to find it. What's up with you do business?
What's good with your plat, man? Top of
What's
the
up?
morning, man.
Yeah.
Man, just chilling. I wanted to kick something to you, but I'll say what I got to say about that after I speak on the topic. But it was interesting. I was thinking about like the reason why they over there is it because of oil?
So you don't know? I mean, like I got you. So you really don't? No, I'm saying this war, you don't even keep up with it enough to know why we're over there.
Well, I mean, I'm asking. Nah, I mean, I really don't. But I mean, I pay
Okay.
attention a little bit, but I'm
No, I
asking
got.
like
Well, no, it was supposed to be for. Supposedly, it was for regime change. Supposedly,
regime
and
change.
yeah, the leaders, like the administration of Iran, the people that they put in office, it was to take them
Okay.
down. And then that happened, and then the people, they said the people were going to all unite and sing "I Love America." They didn't do that, so they put another regime up. They kept fighting back, so now they're talking, and then they closed down the Strait of Hormuz. So now they're talking about going in and opening that up, and they've been advised not to try that. They've been sending Trump sending troops anyhow, and and then they believe that Israel wants to drag us into this war, their war, so we'll fight it with them. And that's why the American people have totally rejected that and say no. Totally 100% rejected that. In addition to destabilizing Iran causes refugees and it causes those people to flood into the surrounding countries and that causes problems. You know, because
Okay, so
we really don't want to be in Iran. We'll open it up for
so
Israel.
okay, so basically, whoever it is, right? They basically using America to help them replace a leader in Iran. Some other country is
But they
using
really don't need
America.
they really don't need any help. The Iranians, they can elect their people. They don't really have to. I don't know. I mean, you got to go by what Trump said. I don't know if he was being ridiculous. Maybe that's how he deals. He said something extreme and ridiculous. He said that he was going to pick their leader. I mean, even if they did that,
Right.
the people would reject that leader, though. The people, it's what the people think. They're not going to let Trump pick some puppet, American puppet, to tell them what to do. They live there. They're not going to. They would have a civil war. They would go at. They wouldn't listen to that leader.
Yeah, that sounds like America right there. Yeah, sticking your nose in other people's business. Yeah, yeah, that sound about right.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy, man. It's really it's insane because troops could be doing other things besides trying to fight somebody else's problem. I found out about something a long time ago. It was like India and Pakistan was like going to war with each other at one point in time. I don't know if it was in the 80s or the 90s or whatever. I don't know, but America gave Pakistan some more weapons after they told them to stop beefing with each other. I was like, I said, what the? Why would you give them some more weapons if you try to get them, to piece it out with each other? So it's like that's man, that shit is crazy, man. Obviously, they don't have anything else to do at the moment or something. I don't know why America feels like it has to be a savior to everyone on the planet, but it's like sometimes you just got to let people beef. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you ain't see them get into the war when they was Russia and Ukrainian was getting busy. You ain't see them messing around then. So
America was in that.
what they were?
Yeah, the Ukraine war. Yeah, America's involved in that. They supplied them the weapons.
You see what I'm saying? You That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah,
shit is crazy, man. You telling
yeah.
them not to fight, but you giving them more weapons. What kind of mind is that?
That's because they don't. You know, that by proxy. That's like what Russia's doing with Iran. Russia is using its submarines. They're using their satellites, and they're giving that information to Iran for targeting, etc.
Oh,
And America is using uh, they're sending them tomahawks, they're sending them missiles, drones. so that they can
Oh,
thwart the Russians their attack on Iran. I mean Israel. I mean attack on Ukraine because they don't want. Well, on that, I mean, I actually think I don't think Trump really cares. But at first, they didn't want Putin to invade Iran. I mean, the Ukraine. But lately, I don't think Trump cares.
yeah, okay. I got you. I got you. Because I mean, like I said, I'm really not a political guy, but sometimes you may pay attention to it because they always all over the news, the CNN and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, sometimes the information just comes to you even when you're not looking for it. But I just don't understand, why America does that. I just don't understand that.
Well, it's American interest, and also they don't want the other, just like Chinese, right? The Chinese, they don't want Venezuela to have a relationship with the Chinese where the oil, because they can get cut out of it. So they took over Venezuela. They'll warn a leader not to do something, and if they think they don't listen, they'll invade their country. When you look at Putin, Putin invaded the Ukraine because he said that's a part of what the USSR or whatever. He wants it back, and also he don't want them to go to NATO because he feels if they become a NATO country, they become a threat that exposes him. So he's invaded them because he wants to take it back. And
Yeah, yeah.
Biden supported Ukraine's independence.
Mm.
Trump, I don't know if Trump even cares because Trump's been trying to get a deal. Trump's done with that. And the guy was saying if I sign a deal, that basically I'll be signing over half of Ukraine to Putin. And I don't want to do that. I want to fight Putin and we'll fight, you know, for our country. And Trump was like, you need to get a deal. You need a deal. And he didn't want a deal. But they pulled all of the defenses that they were sending and that they could send, and that's now going to Iran. So I don't know what he's going to do. And America, who funded the Vietnamese? I think the Vietnamese were being funded by China. I think maybe Russia. Americans were fighting Vietnam, but they were getting funded by others. They were communists. America didn't want them to become communists, and they wound up becoming communists. So all these countries will pick a side, and by proxy, they'll fight the other country. So very few of them, they don't have a hand in it. They have a hand in it. And
Yeah.
then
I mean,
eventually something slips up,
mm,
a misfire, a missile,
yeah.
somebody gets mad, and then boom, you have an all-out war.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. Not I ain't saying that to you. I'm talking to them, the ones that's involved. Yeah. And what the hell you expect? Like so, it's crazy, man. It's really crazy when you think about it because, like I said, I mean, everybody got their own reasons for going to the military, but it's like if you just got to jump up and deploy somewhere, whatever they want to call it, just of the president's interest, it's like, damn, man, you ain't really thinking about the troops like that, man. You just that's not cool, man. That's bad leadership right there. Especially if it's not something real. If you ain't defending nothing that's needed to be defended, and you sticking your nose to other people's business, is like it doesn't make any sense to me.
It does. And also, you got to understand war. There's no such thing as a quick war, and we're moving as we become more advanced. Our country, we're moving, and I know it sounds crazy. We're actually moving to the point where war is outdated. Especially when we get these robots. I'd say we're about 20 years from that.
Mm.
We're about 20 years really from a war being outdated. That's outdated because we see the ships now at this point now. Now we do need ships, but they're just simply too slow because now they actually are able to have more advanced technology and weapons where a ship is just going to take too much damage. Even with the defenses, they have the ability to overwhelm a ship, with light weapons, and it's enough to take that ship out. And then with the planes and advancements and stuff, and really ground troops, you're gonna have to go with bots on that.
Well, let me ask you something real quick. It's a real deep question. Do you because I know it was just a movie, but do you believe that the military ever had did someone like the Manchurian Candidate? You ever seen that movie? Like putting
Nah,
some type of device in
They
somebody's
think
head?
they think that's Trump.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
They think when you have someone who's just totally going against your interest, and they become they start working for the other side. But they brainwashed him. That's real. That's real. They have psych ops.
Mm,
Yeah, that's why they
damn.
want to debrief you and stuff. You've been captured by the enemy. They won't just let you come back. They got to go through a debriefing. They got to watch you to make sure
Mm,
you're not serving the other side. The Germans in the 40s, or no, the 30s, well, the Germans, they before during World War I, right after that, America was receiving foreign students, right? So when we went to war with Germany, a lot of those foreigners from Germany went back to their country. And what the Germans did was the Germans reinstalled them because they could speak English, and had them join America's military. And they were in ranks. They would have, they got positions. And then they would turn around and give all of the information, all of that stuff back to the Germans. They infiltrated a lot of the POW camps because they knew that information was running around those camps. So they would put them in a POW camp. They would just make up a name. This is Pilot Sullivan. Where'd you go? Where'd you go to school? He went to school in America. So, and he was already conditioned to know exactly what to say. I was at Fort Bragg, and I served this, and I went to my air school here, and I went to this. And they would put them in those POW camps, and they would just sit around and they would listen, and then they would go back to the commandant, and they would tell the commandant what he needed to know, because they would never, and the information. This guy, he was shot down. He knows that his ground troops are trying to do this. This guy, he was shot down, or he got captured. He understands this about radars, and he was telling the other guys about exactly how these things work, and they would feed that information back. So yeah, the Manchurian Candidate, the actual movie itself, is possible, but also they've always infiltrated troops. They're spies. You got to capture them, but they exist. There's spies in Israel. I mean, in Iran.
mm.
Yeah, they got spies, man. People who tell
That,
them everything that's going on.
but do they have to be? Do they have to have the chip in their head, or do they just do it on their own free will?
I don't know about a chip on the head, but you can do business. Anybody can get brainwashed because we're humans, and the way we
Right.
function though. I mean, what do you think jail is? Jail is brainwashing. That's why those guys, after 10 years, they're completely changed. You get brainwashed. It's a whole
Mm,
different world to you now. I mean, because you're brainwashed. The
damn.
re-education camp is brainwashing. Programming. A matter of fact, Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, said on Fox News that we failed collectively as a society as far as the youth with Israel. He said he can't believe the things that they're saying about the country of Israel. He said we really got to go in and reprogram them, and I couldn't believe he said that. I said, well,
Wow.
yeah.
That's crazy. So that the leader of Israel said that?
No, that's the ambassador to Israel from America, Mike Huckabee.
Oh man, yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, he
That
has
sound
no
about right.
he
Yeah,
has no problem
yeah,
brainwashing the youth to serve his interests. He said basically that's what he said. He didn't say we want to teach our youth how to think for themselves and then independently make decisions based on the way that their religion,
right.
their morals, them of right and wrong, which is what they're supposed to do. He's trying to tell them we need to program them to look the other way when Israel does wrong. Don't criticize them because they say they got nukes. Okay, so that green lights them to assassinate other leaders, and but they shouldn't do it to you, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Now this guy right here, he says your government. He's talking about America has taught you that you are special and different and excellent. You're none of those things. You're a third rate country with smartphones and false freedoms.
nah, I wouldn't say all that. No,
Yeah, that's
that
what he
nigga
said.
tripping now.
Yeah.
Where the
I
hell
don't
you
know.
from?
I don't know how he's living though. And that's the thing about America. Some people do live better than others. Some people do, but who's running America do business?
You said what, Plat?
Who's running America?
See, the Republicans. Shit, that's who won. That's who won the presidency. I guess.
Why are we all over in the Middle East?
Republican. That's. I mean, like I said, that's who yeah, in office, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Do you use diesel?
yeah, absolutely, every
Has the
day.
price has the price went up?
Obviously, I mean, I ain't really been paying attention, but it costs like $500-600 just depending on where you at to fill up. It's gonna
Was that
cost about 500.
okay? Was that the normal? Was that normal before this war? You're paying about 500.
Nah,
How
nah, it
much?
wasn't normal. Normally you probably may pay like 300, about three,
Okay,
maybe 330,
okay,
depending on where where your fuel meter is. But yeah,
hmm
paying 600 almost, man, that shit is crazy, man. Man, I
yeah,
spent like $600. Well, I mean, it's a company, it's not
yeah.
it's a company,
hmm
but I said, damn, $600?
That's crazy, man. I can even
That's
imagine.
crazy.
I can even imagine paying 600 for a fill up. Hey, you know what? Do business. I almost did it. They make them different though. I grabbed the wrong pump and I stuck the diesel pump in the unleaded pump,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't work because I said, "Damn, it wouldn't go in." And I was looking at it, and I said, "Wait a minute, it's not fitting. It wouldn't fit." So I tried to shove it, it wouldn't fit. And then I thought about it. I said, "Wait a minute," and I looked around, and I had the diesel pump. And I said, "It's amazing how they make this stuff to save you, from your foolishness." Because, man, I grabbed the wrong one. I was ready to cut it on, but it wouldn't come on. It wouldn't go in, and then it wouldn't let the diesel out. So I grabbed the right one. It fit, and then dang. But I didn't even know that they designed the diesel not to fit the regular tank because they know people would make that mistake. I didn't even know they did that.
Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that unless you got a F-250 or something. I mean, it depends.
Well,
If
no,
you,
it's
you,
got to
you
be. You got to be running diesel, right?
yeah. I mean, but you got some
Yeah,
people that
but that.
drive regular trucks that may
Uh,
take diesel. You know,
okay. Well, can does the unleaded pump fit in the diesel? Uh,
nah,
it
nah.
won't fit.
If it's diesel, if it's diesel like that green, it should be like a green covering.
Uh
You know what
huh.
I'm saying, for the pump, yeah. If it's for diesel, that's strictly for diesel. Then if it's for regular cars and
No, no.
vans and
I'm
stuff,
saying if you take the unleaded pump, right?
uh-huh.
Do they have it set up where it won't fit the diesel uh, gas thing?
Yeah, I mean it's a little smaller. You could probably put it in it, but it's still it's not made for that. Even if you leave it, pump it or try to pump it, the shit might just fly out it starts
Okay.
spraying everywhere. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
I got you. They made a design that not to put it in the wrong. Okay.
Oh nah. Oh no.
Okay. You
You
said
don't want to do that.
unleaded pump nozzle will not fit in a diesel nozzle. Okay.
I mean, I ain't saying. I mean, like I said, it's smaller, but like I said, it's still gonna be kind of hard to get it. Just don't do it. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. Don't do
Oh
it.
yeah. No, they got no. I said that's America, right? That was
Yeah.
designed. It was designed. It saved me because if I would have ruined that car because I certainly tried to stick it in there. It wouldn't go, and I didn't know why it wouldn't go, and I hit it again, and then boom. I looked around and I realized that this is a diesel nozzle. So, and I put it down. I grabbed the other side and it fit. And I said, "Man, thank you," because I would have ruined this car. So, and we take stuff like that for granted in America. Then they want you to go to Iran. Nobody want to go to no Iran, man. I don't want to go to no Iran. I don't want to go to no Tehran. I don't want to
Right.
go and be in no war and then you can go party in Tehran. I don't want to party in Tehran. I want to go back to America.
America is great.
They want to send you to Carg Island.
Yeah, I don't want to go there.
Protect them oil fields.
Oh yeah, but
Take
what's
them
up? What's up though, Resurrect?
Ain't nothing to it, man. About to go in here and take a test in a minute, but I seen you was on. That's a classic thumbnail.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? That people getting sued now for doing truthful kind of satire, like
Uh-huh.
Drewski getting, Drewski getting sued by Erica Kirk.
Okay.
So, but I think the narrative from the thumbnail is what they want us to all believe, because once this is all said and done, and we lose our presence in the Middle East, then the cover will be, well, we did it for Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I was telling you before, just follow the money. Follow Trump's biggest donors in the 2024 election. His biggest donors were the tech bros, followed by the finance people, then followed by the military people.
Mm-hmm.
So once this is over with, the tech bros are gonna get what they want, because allegedly the company Palantir, they're gonna set up a all surveillance system in the United States where we will all have to have a digital ID. X over there with Elon, he's setting up the system where we all have to have that social credit score. So those tech dudes are gonna get what they want. The finance people are gonna get what they want because they're dividing up this oil. So everybody's gonna have to compete. Like the Middle Eastern countries are not gonna be the ones that's gonna control the oil markets anymore. Like I said, it said the United States is gonna supply most of the oil and the liquid gas to the Western Hemisphere and to Europe. Iran is going to come under the control. Iran and a lot of the GC countries like Bahrain and Qatar, they're going to come under control of the Chinese. And when it's over with, different regions of the world is going to be controlling their own different oil markets. So you know what I'm saying? It's not going to just be the Middle East controlling things.
Yeah, until it happens again, huh?
No, they're claiming it's going to be peace in the Middle East after this is over. After this last war, there's not going to be no more conflict.
So it is about oil.
Well, it's about money and dividing up markets.
Yeah, but I don't even think that's going to. They might last for a while, then until somebody starts another war.
Somebody else gonna come and take it.
But they're saying the hardliners are going to be eliminated. This conflict is over with, all the hardliners are going to be eliminated because
not in Iraq, not in Iran. They won't.
Oh yeah, because some of the hardliner leadership has already been
resurrect. They couldn't do. That's like saying you could eliminate the hardliners in America. They couldn't do that if they wanted to. Too many people.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
No, they can't. Them handful of them those handful of elected officials or ayatollahs. Man, they got a whole. You got millions of people who think probably more extreme than him. That's like going. That's like me going. His grandson. That's like me going to a church, and I'm First Testament. I'm First Testament. I'm at a church though. They preach in Second Testament. You know, they preach in a certain type of gospel. I'm sitting, oh man, I'm firing brimstone. But I'm not the pastor, but I'm firing brimstone. You know, and I'm saying, you're saying the hardliners, they couldn't get rid of the hardliners if there's too many of them.
It's not.
And we also under the assumption that the Ayatollah, the radicals that you see up front, somehow represent the populace. They don't. They're probably they're probably way more radical. The regular
it's way
people.
less. It's way less.
Nah.
Yeah, because everybody
religious fanaticism when it's like that. Because look, you got resurrect. You got people in the mountains. They are religious fanatics. They believe that they need to stay in those mountains for the rest of their lives with a mule and a goat. And if the American or the Western man comes, it's their destiny to protect Iran from that Western man. And if they lose their life, then they'll be blessed in Iranian wonderland. They believe that.
Not the majority.
In those mountains, they do. In those mountains,
but the majority of people don't live in the mountains, though, man. The majority of the people live in the cities.
The majority of the people are religious fanatics.
No.
Yes, they are.
They believe in the hype. That's what they want. That's what the press wants you to believe, bro. Most people want to live in
the majority of people in Iran are religious fanatics.
No, they're not.
With variations between the fanaticism. Yes. All right, man.
But
you think what you think they just regular Joes over there? They just regular Joes.
Besides in Israel, Iran has the largest population of Jewish people in the Middle East.
And
did you know that? They got
I don't know the composition of how many Jewish people are in Israel.
It's 90 million people in Iran. I'm saying they got the second largest amount of Jewish people.
I wouldn't even go with that. No, I wouldn't say they're not.
I'm not making
Israel.
Stuff up, man.
They're not practicing the same Judaism that they are in Israel.
They're Jews.
Okay, well, they're not. That's like saying. That's like saying that the guy, what's the guy for the Dallas Mavericks or whatever, Kyrie considers himself a Hebrew. He considers himself a Jew.
No,
but you wouldn't say he's not the same.
Kyrie was just saying about that video. He just said it was interesting. He didn't claim that he was a Hebrew Israelite.
That's what he was. That's what they said. That's what he said he was.
No, he said that video was interesting. That's what
he said that he's a Hebrew Israelite. He said black people are the original Jews. That's what he said.
Where did he say that? Where did Kyrie say that?
He said that in an interview doing that whole thing. He sat down and talked about it.
Man, that's how people get in trouble, man. That's how this is not truthful. He didn't say that.
He sat down and had a conversation where he said all of that. That's why the people came out to protect him.
What I want you to find where he said that, Platt.
He said it right there in the chat. That's what he said.
What did he say in the chat?
I'm a resurrect. He said it. What's your next question? Because you guys come up here. Hold on. You guys think I want to argue with you? I don't want to argue with you.
I don't want to argue. I
don't know how. Look, I don't know how many Jews are in Iran, but I know Iran is a radical country. It is a religious, fanatical country. They are. I don't know what your idea is about Iran.
My idea is it's about truth and what's really going on. And my idea is about the money. Everybody has a price. Because that's the way the human nature is. And those people want to live better. And once this is said, once this is all over with, there is going to be peace over there. and they're gonna come under the control of China. This is the new world order.
That's
United States
nonsense.
is not going to be on top. I know
That's
it's hard for you to
hold up.
believe
No, that's
and to
nonsense. You
fathom.
can make that
We're not
statement
going to
that
be on top no more.
they're
We're not going to have
already.
a presence in the Middle East.
Well, that's
That's hard for
America's,
you to take
but
in
that's
because
America's
you're a
fault.
former military guy.
That's America's fault. If they go out here and squander this stuff, they started that war. Israel got them to start the war. That's their fault. If they get run out the Middle East, that's their fault. If they mess around there and hit the wrong mosque, they're going to lose all of that so-called Middle Eastern allies. Their interpretation of they don't practice. That's what people don't. Just like they say, the guy Pete is a radical Christian nationalist. People don't understand there are radical sides to faith. America, for the most, they're moderates, if that. Half of them are not even Christians. They claim to be a Christian. They certainly don't practice it. And then a lot of them are moderates. When you start getting into the extreme side of a faith, and you see a difference. It's a big deal for them. Certain things you do, certain things you just don't do. There are lines you don't cross. And if they mess around there and get a mosque, the wrong mosque, all of those people over there, especially the Islamic people, they're going to unite. And then America will have to deal with that. And that's why you don't want to be there. And even what you call guy, the Huckabee guy, he's even admitted that they need to brainwash the American people to think like him. He thinks that if you don't think like him, you need to be brainwashed. And I don't even know his faith. I think he's Jewish, but he certainly ain't no basic. He's not your common practicer of the faith. He's over there saying it's okay what they're doing. And that's when you get into the extreme stuff. That's when you get into you're gonna either become a member of my faith, either by choice or force. And if you refuse, then I'm gonna separate you from your arms and your leg. And there are radical people out there. Extremists. So he's a zealot, he's a Zionistic zealot. And that's where we are. That's where we've managed to become with this war. And I don't know if he can do that. And they're already taking away the Black history. They're changing all of this stuff. Because they want to radicalize this society. I don't even know if that's a good idea. We're supposed to be about freedom and nothing else. What's up with you, Tabor?
Man, I'm just tuning in, bro. Woke up, hit on YouTube. You popped up, so I had to come see what's going on with y'all, man.
We're in the midst of this battle, man, and Trump's been warned, but I don't think he's listening. They're saying basically he's making all the decisions, and they have some boots, but we're gonna see how many people they deploy to get this island, and if they get this island, how long are they gonna stay to control it?
Oh, with the 10, I seen that with you talking about like the secret 10. I said last week when we was on talking about this, I was like, man, the 2,500, yeah, but you don't know he probably sending more. We don't know who he's sending. Everybody ain't talking.
He gonna need at least 100,000.
Hey man, he a businessman. He know on the ground level he get to fight these folks. He gonna do what it takes. And anybody can say you don't know who win until it's over. And even then, how are they really winning? Well, I'm with America all the way. That's where I live at. I woke up in America
Yeah,
this morning. It's nice over
Iran,
here.
Iran said they got 1 million troops waiting on them.
They better deploy them fast. Cause the people tell you anything you want to hear, really, and be lying the whole time. So if you ain't got them out already and to get over with this war, then you probably ain't got them like that. But people gonna
So
play
this war
dirty
is gonna
though.
be a disaster, man. And
Every war's a disaster.
Yeah. Well, we
Somebody got to
chose
lose.
we chose to get involved in it, and that's going to be the problem.
I mean, America like a female. They don't mind their own business.
Mm.
There's got to be somewhere in the mix talking about something. They got to be seen. I'm all the way with it. I'd rather be seen than get snuck up on. At least you know what's coming. Man,
Hmm.
like I told you, man, I'm just rocking with dude. Whatever he got going on, man. Whatever president in office, like I'm here. Like if I don't like it, I'm gonna leave, and I ain't going nowhere because I've been living here too long. Like we spoke the other day, ain't no McDonald's over there. I don't want to go find out.
Hmm.
I like my amenities, overpriced or not. I like it. I'm cool with it. I ain't got to be down forever in America.
Well, this was a mistake. Trump said he wouldn't go in, and he went in, and this is a mistake. And we're gonna be paying for this forever, man. We're gonna be paying for this for years,
Man,
for years, man.
we always pay for the old heads from back in the day that was in the higher ups positions. That's why everything is overpriced now. We always pay. So that's what I was telling you the other day about races. For the most part, when it comes to whoever was on top back in the 50s, look at the house prices compared to what we get paid. They sold their own grandkids out. And now their own grandkids can't even get ahead like they was able to. They talking the same gibberish they was talking back then. But they laws and they policies screwed us all over. Somebody gotta lose. And it's always the future.
Bruh, this is a mistake, man. And we're gonna pay for this. And I'm not sure we're ready. And I'm looking this thing up, right? This is something else, man. But what we got to do is go back. Man, it's too late, man. I don't even know, man. It's almost at the point of no return, man. And once we start getting those casualties, maybe that'll have enough influence on American society and the pressure, and they'll decide to say, "Hey, we got to censor Trump. We got to control Trump," because the Congress can do it, but right now they're not willing to do it. But if a lot of those Republicans, if their seats come up, and the people, the sentiment, they're saying at these town halls, a lot of people are 1,000% against this stuff. Things will change.
Yeah, the great thing about America though, we one of the few that won't lose no infrastructure. Our lives will continue over here. People are expendable.
Yep. And Iran, they're too radical. And I get it. They have to be that way. But there are no, when you say the hardliners, that's the people. That's the people. And a lot of people don't even know what religion is. A lot of them, because they don't practice it. It's almost like the black Republicans who's claim to be a Republican or conservative, and they don't even practice conservative tenets. They're saying they're conservative and they're committing a crime. They're saying they're conservative and they're cheating on their wife. They're saying they're conservative and they're beating their wife. They say they're conservative and they're what is that's none of that's conservative. None of that behavior is conservative, and that's what I'm saying with these faiths. Radicalized. When you radicalize, man, you believe every bit that you need to do these things. You're willing to live your life based on these things. Is this dude out here? Hold up. This dude better not be out here doing what I think he's doing. Hold, let me see. Hold up 1 second. No, he's not. Okay, it was somebody, my neighbor, or whatever. He said, "Why don't you go over there?" He said, "Why y'all so scared? Why you so scared? Why you in a chat box?" Tough guy. And this is what I mean. These guys want to sit up here and claim that they macho and all of this American might, but they won't join the service. They won't join the service, but they'll sit back and they'll support everything Trump does. Trump's rich. None of Trump's kids are in the military, and they demand that you have to fall in line, bro. You're a coward, brother. You're a coward. That's what you are. Why are you guys so scary? Why are you such a coward? Why don't you go over there and fight? Why don't you go fight? Since you believe in this war so much, go fight. What are you waiting on?
I mean, when I came in, it sounded like somebody was talking about I guess an African about going back home or something like that.
African?
I don't know. There was like the way they was talking. It seemed like it was an African situation. Like China was there, some Middle Easterns were there.
China's always been there. China's always going to be there.
Somebody was like, "Oh, the white man." It was funny, man. I don't know. Some comedian did that. I can't remember his name. That was funny though. That's what I came in, man.
Yeah, I was talking about Iran and how radical they are, extremist. And this guy thinks because they got 10,000 Jews, and we have no idea how they practice their faith over there. It ain't the same as the Israelis. I can promise you that. He thinks that they're some kind of way going to have some effect. It's 90 million people there. You know what I'm saying? And you get up here, these guys, they get brainwashed. They listen to Fox News, and they pick up that propaganda, and then they bring that to a podcast, and it's nothing but propaganda and lies. You're not going to ever normalize Iran. And then when you look at all the things, you knock down that regime, that creates radicalization. A lot of people don't agree with their leaders being assassinated. Then you knock down another group. Then you hit the Ayatollah. That's a religious figure. These people worship these people. And do you think that's not going to have an effect on these people? That creates more terrorism. That radicalizes the population. And these people, they do this stuff, and then they don't think there's an effect for it. It's an effect for it. You radicalize that population, and you create more problems.
They'll be back in 10 years. If it's over tomorrow, they'll be back in 10 years doing the same thing.
Yeah, and it was a bad decision. And you do have to wonder who's running the country. Is Bibi Netanyahu running America? Who's running it?
I would say the people with the money. And if there's people that we hear about, then there's some major players behind that we don't even know. And they out here walking amongst us every day.
Mm-hmm.
And they got major stake in America winning or losing. I'm telling you, just playing it how Trump can play it, he got enough money to play it on both sides. At least in the stock market, he gonna get richer after he leave. Every president does.
He got more money he could spend right now.
You talking about personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he got an unlimited budget. Because the numbers that they telling us, they never go give us the real numbers. Your company don't give you the real numbers unless you're in the finance department and you see what's going in and going out by way of product and services and what they charging. You'll never know the real numbers.
You can't spend $1 billion in your lifetime. You can't spend $1 billion in your lifetime.
I don't know, man.
He's got more. Was Trump worth 3, 4, 5 billion? You can't spend $1 billion. There's really nothing unless you deliberately trying to spend it. But even just normal cost of living. Yeah, just your normal cost of living if you live a normal, I'm talking about private planes. I'm talking about $1 million home, a driver, couple of cars. You can't spend $1 billion, even with living like that. You can't spend $1 billion. It's just too much money. So
Man,
You say Trump's doing it for money. Trump's got more money he could ever spend.
yeah, but you ain't never got enough money. I mean, even somebody like me as a truck driver, I ain't never got enough money. That's just me. I see my checks and I'll be like, I want some more money. I'm gonna stay out here a little bit longer. I know the way it's easy for me to make the money now. It was harder before, and especially when I was younger and didn't have like my CDL. At least I know how to make more money. He know how to make more money, and then he dealing in real estate, and he knows some
Mm-hmm.
policies. So
Mm-hmm.
I know like people was like he be broke or he didn't have failed businesses, but his name done been on buildings already. Them buildings be costing $100 million. They got yachts $100 million, houses $100 million.
I don't think Trump got a yacht.
I don't think he need one. He got plenty of people he can call who he got friends and be like, I
Well,
need a yacht this weekend and get one.
you can, if you deliberately want to do this, you can go through $1 billion. But if you live a normal lifestyle, like I said, even with the private jets, the multi-million-dollar properties, the chefs, the whole staff for all your properties, if you do a normal, you will not spend all your money in your lifetime. But
But
you're right. If
how
you're going out buying $200 million and all of that, you're right. Then you
how
can't.
normal
It will
ain't
get up
his
there.
normal? What we eat on the daily, how we move, homie ain't eating no ramen. That ain't no way in his household.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
If
just
he
on a
wanted
daily
some, he
basis.
could. If he
Yeah, I mean
wanted
he
some
could,
wrong.
but before I eat some ramen, I'll get me some homemade pasta. I don't have to eat like anybody else. I can act like I would, get rich and act like I'm still in the trenches. Like that's some ignorant shit, right? I mean, my bad for that. That's just ignorant right there. You want to still be down there with people that's struggling, mess around and get robbed, and you got personal security. Man, people can run through some money, man. They do it all the time. This is America. Like American Greed. The show American Greed will teach you about America. And these boys out here, they'll rob a bank for 50,000, right? And then there's cats that's robbing banks for 15 million. And the ones who get the 15 million, they get 3-4 years, and they coming home to a big bag still. The one that
Mhm.
went to go serve 20 years, that 50K, that was lawyer fees. He out of there. His family still messed up in the game. Man, it's all about money, man. No matter what it is, no matter what the resources is, money behind it. They wouldn't be over there if it wasn't no money. Other than that,
Mhm.
why would I be sat fighting in the sand, spending 12 million on the missile, and somebody gonna tell me it ain't about no money, man? It ain't about no people over there. People don't care about people like that. Your job don't care about you like that. That's why they tell you as you get older, family is important. You look back and see who you had kids with, and they extracted resource from you, and you gave them the money, right? Like say child support, and they screwed that up, and the kids still screwed up in the game, not mentally and financially, and they don't trust the other parent because they think the other parent left just on GP. And then we
Mhm.
get older and we realize that it wasn't the parent that was taking care of us that was really, I mean, that wasn't there was really the problem. It be the one that raised you. So you can blame
Mhm.
whoever you want to, but you mentally thrown off. And the way you see the world and things you know about, you still don't take the chance because your life during your lifetime as a youngster, they was telling you what not to do, and so you scared to make moves. So your risk tolerance is extremely low. You go get the job. You try to do everything right. You go fight for the country, even though you know about certain things that tell you go fight for them if you want to. They got a couple of homeless people that tell you they wish they never went. That was the worst thing that they did in their life, and now they outside and mentally can't get right and on medication for some money.
Look, he got Resurrect says BlackRock and JP Morgan running this. Okay. If that's
The
what you
money
believe.
guys.
Hey, what you up, Jazzy? How you doing?
I can bet they got some money in it. I would. If I was playing at that level, I'd be trying to put money everywhere. Ain't no need for
Hmm.
my money to be sitting still. Money should never be sitting still. It should be moving
Yeah,
somehow.
but
You should
what
benefit
you're
it.
looking at, you're mixing two. We're talking about American life, and that's you can't really spend enough money on that.
American life?
Yeah, that's not something you can pay.
Yeah, I don't have faith in people like that. Like I don't walk in a situation thinking somebody gonna care about me more than me, even
Well,
if they tell me they do.
if you join the military, you have to think like that.
Yeah, I mean I can see that. That will make sense.
When you get on
Cause
one of those ships, how you know it's gonna float?
I know. So I see how you would have to, but again, I wouldn't walk into a situation like that. But that's me personally.
Well, if they put you in a tank on a battlefield, how you know nobody's gonna shoot a missile that breaks into that tank and then you get burned alive? How do you know? So I'm saying you gotta trust. You gotta trust that those things won't happen. So you say, um, care about you more than you. Well, you have to believe that the country cares about you and is gonna make
Okay.
sure everything they can do, they're gonna do. When you say flat sands of Iran. Man, don't nobody want to get on that. And all the experts said, don't put nobody on that. You can't go. You're too much exposure. A special team to go in and take the uranium out of Iran. Who's going to do that? That's radioactive. Who's going to do that? It's highly volatile. If they put it in a truck and they try to drive away, all you got to do is stand on the mountains. Once you get a couple of good shots in, if you hit that uranium, it's going to blow. Who's going to drive
Yeah,
the truck?
but the
So
but
that's
the
what I'm
smart
saying. That's why you can't do it. Like, share, support, man. We got the join link posted, man. If you can make a point, if you have a salient point, you're welcome. We'll take your thoughts.
the smart move wouldn't even be to remove it though. The smart move would just be go take it over. It's already in the facility. It's already being maintained. You just want to control it. So moving it just wouldn't be smart, no matter how you would think about it. On top of that, if you got 3, 4 of them in the area, or I guess in the country, then that's 3, 4 more you got of your own that you can build some things up. I wouldn't move nothing. They can't move those oil reserves, but they can control them.
Well, you run into other problems because it's not just about, you can't just really invade another country and take over its resources, because other countries look at that and say, well, we'll take it from you.
Or they
You
go,
know,
or we can partner up with you and split it down the middle, or split it up. We can bust this down. But that, I
okay,
mean,
well,
that's how the world been working. Everybody going to take resources. It's like a person will come into your life and take resources. If they can get them out from you, they go get them, no matter how it is. They go mask it in love, maybe. That's go alimony. They can mask it in child support with your kids. The government dipping in your pockets for taxes. As a man, they coming for you no matter what. That just be my thought process, man.
I
I
got
be
you,
seeing
man.
some things. As a man, they coming for you. Like they know, like for the most part, men are simple. We can get through life like fairly simple until we get to that point to where we want to take our resources and have a family. And America has incentivized people to take that from us legally. So people can legally take from another country. They can lie and say they was doing something and wasn't doing it, and now we at war.
Israel's a small country, and they have an extreme amount of influence on America, though, bro. You know,
It,
yeah, it's like
based
their
on
big.
religion?
It's like their big brother.
Is that based on religion?
What?
The influence.
Some people say, some people say so.
I mean, people need something to believe in. And for the most part, people believe anything. As long as they can live a comfortable life, like people will believe in anything. And then people switch up depending on the situation. Morals are compromised, ethics are compromised every day. So I can see them having some influence. If they got enough people religiously,
Hmm.
that'll make sense.
We got to
They
get
got the
back. We got to get back to when we cared about. We got to get this Democrat Republican foolishness out of our minds, man. That stuff's really brainwashed us, so that the politician can manipulate us. Because Trump can manipulate the Republicans in the way to say, if you don't do everything I tell you to do, then you're a liberal. You're a liberal. So I'm saying he's really set it up right. If you disagree with him, you're a liberal, and it's brainwashed people to forget about right and wrong. If you do something wrong, you have a right to obligation to say that. Wrong is wrong, right is right. But if you're a politician, make it all about pardon. Make them a pardon. Make them an extreme partisan. My fault. Extreme partisan of your religion. So that means you got to blindly support me. That's what Trump's saying. You got to blindly support everything I do. I want to go over into this country and take it over. And I got the right. I have the moral authority. So I'm gonna assassinate their leaders. I'm gonna drop bombs on hospitals and schools. I'm gonna put a tomahawk into a girls' school and take down 200 lives. I'm gonna commit war crimes and atrocities. But because even though you're a person of faith, you got to suspend that what for me because I'm the president and I'm a Republican. And if you disagree with me, you're a liberal. And some of these people actually buy into that. They actually listen to that and they think, and I say, so you put your faith. I said, what about your faith? Like you're a Catholic, right? You're a Christian. How do you suspend your faith for some religious stuff? For some clown who's claiming he's religious when he doesn't live that way. You know what? I think that we need to do something on that. All of these people are liberals, but see, it's a manipulation thing. That's what Trump said. If I ran for office, I have to run as a conservative. That's the Christian conservative. That's a group that they manipulate a lot. They really manipulate them with lies. They feed them lies and then they manipulate them. That they manipulate them, and that's sad that people fall for that. No,
the
it don't
easiest
make
way
you
to
it don't make
manipulate
you a
somebody's
liberal.
religion.
It doesn't make you a liberal. But what I'm saying is they come into conservatism, and that's what I'm saying, Christian conservative, right? And people don't understand it's how you live. If Nick Cannon, he can be whatever he wants to. Nick Cannon can vote twice for Trump, but he's not a conservative. Because if you go by how he lives, he doesn't live like a conservative. He lives like a liberal. Amber Rose, she lives like a liberal. Uh, um, the chili chick, I don't know, but interracial relationships, that's liberal. That's not conservative. I didn't say you couldn't do them. I'm not judging her. That's a liberal position, though, and people don't even know what being a conservative or a liberal is. Do you know what a conservative is? Conservatives don't do what liberals do. When you look at the whole hip hop community, none of those people are conservative. I know they claim to support Trump, but they like Trump because Trump's a criminal.
So
That's what they like.
conservative.
That's why people don't understand that they're attracted to Trump
So
because of
conservative.
the way Trump behaves. They like he's a tough guy. He's a bully. They like that. Then they claim they're conservatives. Then they don't live like a conservative. They live like a liberal.
and
That's
and so
exactly how they
conserv
live.
and so conservatives are following some pre-structured plan that came before them,
Mm-hmm.
and liberals doing what they want.
It's always been like that.
I mean, people do what they want. They go bend the rules. Most people like to be manipulated anyway. People be knowing they getting manipulated, knowing they getting screwed over, and they be too deep in and don't want to cut their losses. Because if they cut their losses, then what are they gonna believe in? People need something to believe in, even if it's blind.
But see, the thing about being a Christian or a Jewish person or a Muslim or Hindu or whatever you practice, Buddhist or whatever. And Buddhist is actually not a faith, but whatever you practice, right? The key to it is you do it now and you implement it now. You implement that behavior now. Christians, you attract people to the faith. So it ain't even a question about you having a ministry. It's just how you live. People notice you're not doing certain things. They notice that about you. They notice that about your lifestyle. They notice that that's the whole thing about you represent a Christian. And then people inquire. You say, well, I'm a Christian. And they say, why you don't do these things? So I don't believe in that. That goes against my faith. You know, why aren't you hooked on drugs? That goes against my faith. Why don't you cheat on your wife? That goes against my faith. Why don't you watch football on Sundays? It goes against my faith. So that's what I'm saying. People actually practice what they preach. But when you look at the Nick Cannons and the Chili's, they're saying be a conservative, but don't practice the tenets. Be a nigger. Be a conservative, but act like a nigger on the back end. And I've never, it's hard to believe people do, but they do that. Be a thug and a criminal, but claim you're a conservative. And I'm like, because I've never associated conservatism or conservative way with something that's modern or something that's cool. I've never associated. I know what it is. I know the differences, right? Proud to be a Ogie from Muskogee, right? Okie from Muskogee. That was a conservative. He got made fun of. Merle Haggard, proud to be an Okie from Muskogee. And that was a little thing back then saying, hey, we're not hippies. We're not hippies. We're not about make love, not war. We love America. We're squares. We're just Ogies from Muskogee. And now, and people say, and I'm saying the Nick Cannon, the Amber Rose claim to be a conservative. You ain't no damn Ogie from Muskogee. How you gonna say that you an Ogie from Muskogee and you got 15 kids by 9 different women? How you gonna claim to be an Ogie? How you gonna claim to be an Ogie from Muskogee and you got a goddamn OnlyFans? How you gonna claim that you're a conservative? That's a concern. Ogie from Muskogee, that's a conservative. That's a conservative. That's how they live. They don't smoke dope. They get married. They shut their mouths. They do listen to everything America, USA, USA, USA. And I said, you got this. And I said, look at black people. Anything black people get involved in, they ruin. Now they want to be conservatives, but they still want to be niggas. And that's the crazy part about it. It's like, man, you can't do both. If you want to live like that, you need to join the liberal party. That's liberals.
Is most of America conservatives?
Half of it is.
And the other half is split between, I guess, liberals and the other party?
Actually, well, right now I'd say it's half and half. It's like you see that we had these elections that real close, a couple of million votes on either side, 330 million people. You would say half the party's one way and the other half is the other way.
A majority rules. It's America. Most people go follow the crowd. It's easier to do. It's
Let me
easier
get this.
to play on people with politics.
There we go. We got to get rid of this fool in my chat. The Liberal Party ain't no party. You know what I mean, clown. The Democratic Party. That's represents liberal. Do you know there used to be a liberal? Do you know that you could be a liberal Republican? They call them a rhino, right? But no, you actually were a Republican, but you were liberal, and you could be a liberal Democrat. I mean, a conservative Democrat. And those people used to exist, but because of partisanship, they've gotten rid of those people. But those people used to be, it depends on where you ran. You could be a Democrat, but you were a conservative. You were a conservative Democrat. See, all of this extreme stuff where you're getting into all of this, the LGBT and all that, that's extremism. Where you say pronoun, that's extreme. That's extreme. But then on the other side, the Republican side, this blind loyalty to Israel, that's extreme. Mike Huckabee says he don't know what's happened, but the youth don't have a blind loyalty to Israel. We need to fix that. That's extreme. So you saying you're going to brainwash them?
They ain't gonna have a choice. They was raised by their parents, and their parents think how they think.
That's crazy. You're going to brainwash American citizens because they don't think. Isn't that the whole point with freedom? We live in a free country.
It's free to a point, man. You got freedom until you want to get into politics. Then you got to choose a side. You free until it's time to vote. Then you got to choose a side.
You might be right about that, man. Like the stream, man. We're currently in a conflict, possibly a war. We're about 4 or 5 days, from what I understand. Iran's already put out publicly they're waiting. Publicly, they are waiting. They're saying as soon as the troops start to land, they will be bombing and drones. And that's what I'm saying. This World War II and Vietnam, there were no drones. We're living a different world now. And also you got Russia and China giving Iran experimental equipment that they want to use. They're saying, use this. This is something we invented, and we like to see how it works in a theater of battle.
That will make sense.
Yeah, and they're going to turn that loose on our troops, and we're not ready for that. They've already ran those aircraft carriers out of there. They're too slow.
Our aircraft carriers?
Yeah, they're off. There's someone. One of them is sitting in. Where's that thing at? They showed it on the internet. See, it's a lot of stuff we're just not getting. We're not getting everything that's going on.
We never will.
Yeah.
And see, with the aircraft carriers, what you just said, that will make sense for us to be everywhere. So we could just have aircrafts everywhere without the carriers.
Well, they're too slow, though.
The aircraft carriers, right?
Yeah, they're too slow.
Yeah, and then you can see them coming.
Well, they're too slow. And you're talking about aircraft. You're talking about 1920s, 1940s. When you start talking about 2026, you got a $50,000 drone, say 3 of those, that's 150,000. Of 3 drones could sink an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier is $1 billion, $2 billion, and they take almost 4 or 5 years to make.
Old technology.
You're talking about the drones they have now, and you don't risk no human life. So all you gotta do is send a couple of drones.
And they can go either below the radar, above the radar.
Yeah. You can sacrifice a few to open up for the others. And that makes that technology just outdated. Don't mean you don't need a landing script, it's just outdated.
The boys need some power, man. I don't blame them. Because even though I say I wouldn't do certain things, well, I can't say that now because I know the way I think. I'll be actively always at war. I'll be actively always trying to take something, even if somebody don't like me. I just have to be, either we go be a bully or we go get bullied. And that's what most people go through now.
Is that how you teach your kids?
Absolutely.
You teach them to be the bully?
I don't tell them to bully people. But I tell her to be the bully or get bullied. Don't let nobody put their hands on you.
So you do tell them to bully people?
I tell them that. No, I tell them be a bully. She ain't going around bullying people.
Wait a minute. You just said, so that means you tell them to be a bully.
I tell her to either be a bully or get bullied.
So you treat your kids to be bullies.
I teach my kid to take care of herself. My kid walk around a certain way. If it ain't new clothes or new shoes, the school she go to, despite the fact it's in a nice area, they still hood kids that go there. And you can't tell them nothing when they ain't got nothing. So they want to clown all day. My kid can only come to me crying one time before she got to do something for herself because I'm not there. I'll deal with the school later.
That's what you
Your
teach them?
mama deal with it. Absolutely. I am not
Act,
about to have my little girl.
no,
Huh?
no. Act first, think second.
No, they can act first. Then you got to take care of yourself, whatever that may
So,
look like.
so you do teach your kids to be bullies.
It's a saying: either be a bully or get bullied. But she
I
don't go
got you.
around
I
bullying.
understood. Either be a bully or get bullied. You teach your kid.
Yes,
That would mean you
I
teach your
say it to
kids.
her.
You want your daughter to be a bully.
Nah, I say it to her. That don't mean she go around doing it. Because if that's the case, she would get in trouble a lot. She don't get in trouble like that. But there's more than a few times when she was in 2nd and 3rd grade, she used to come home. Well, 3rd grade was the last time it happened. She didn't came home and she cried. She on the phone, she talking to me. Baby, you gotta take care of yourself. Don't let nobody put their hands on you. They push you push them back. And every time you see them, it may be a problem. My mama didn't teach me that. Until I had to learn it on my own, then I was always in the office. I was always the problem. Because I ain't let nobody pick on me. I got picked on at home. Why I'm gonna go outside in the real world and get picked on too?
So these
That
are
don't make no
black.
sense to me.
These are black kids.
Yeah, it's like Missouri City. If anybody know anything about Mo City, there's a nice area out there. They got $1 million homes in this area. My daughter and them stay in a nice house in a fairly new neighborhood.
So even though they got $1 million houses, the children are still thugs.
Because it's zoned a certain way. So it's zoned through the hood.
I'm saying those parents who have $1 million homes are sending the school thugs or potential thugs.
No, in the area, there's $1 million homes in like the Fresno, Missouri City area. Sugarland, it's Fort Bend. Sugarland is even in that, and that's one of the richest places in America. I mean, bro, there gonna be bullies everywhere. Now, how your kid how your kid end up dealing with the world outside of their household, that's a different conversation. You can't always save your kid. But the last thing you want your kid to come home to is being bullied by somebody that was mad because she got some new shoes. That's crazy. Or I came and I bought my baby girl when I'm home, I'll bring a Chick-fil-A. Or her mama take her some food like that. And then she eat with her mama. Or she got a lunch account and the kid was trying to bully her to buy him some chips. Like, well, you ain't gotta do that.
Yeah,
What are you
don't do
doing?
that.
I
Don't
have
do
a
that.
conversation with her at first, but then it gets to the point to where the teacher end up calling and be like, well, Tavia been talking down and she been pushing on kids. Yeah, you talking about the kids that was bullying her? That y'all ain't stopping them from trying to make her buy
Oh
some
man.
chips? It's petty, bro, but nonetheless, that's my kid. That's a little girl. I'm not about to have her walking around thinking everything is unicorn and rainbows outside of daddy. I can't do that. And I'll be a fool to put that on her. And she wondering why I'm telling her one thing, but the world doing another. Don't let nobody bully you. Even if you lose the fight, you gotta fight.
I
I
heard
don't
that.
want that, but she gotta hear that. She gotta hear that, man.
Okay.
I mean, most black people don't understand until they get punched in the mouth. They like confrontation. And then when their kid get beat up on, then they come into the school, they got something to say. Well, you wasn't telling your kid nothing about putting his hand on my kid. Now my kid then blew up on your kid. It's a problem.
I got you, man. What's up with you, JR?
What's good, Platt? What's
Go
good,
ahead.
boy?
What's going on with you, player?
Man, nah, man, chilling, man. Out here getting my mental health together, man. Doing my morning walk.
Let me ask you this, JR.
Got it.
Interesting question. Do you teach your daughter to bully before she gets bullied?
I don't think
I didn't say
Tabor was
that,
saying
Plat.
that. Yeah, I don't think he was saying that. But
What was he saying?
I
What was he saying?
understand the way I interpret had the interpretation of what he was saying was that stand your ground. And so I do teach my daughter, right? You're going to stand your ground. Regardless of the outcome, you will stand your ground, right? So I'm in agreement with Tabor on that. Like, that's how I had the interpretation of what he was saying. Like, be the bully, don't be bullied. Like, stand your ground. You will stand your ground no matter the outcome, right? So as you get older,
You don't teach her to pick up a box of crayons and clear that whole room out.
air everybody out
If she
with a
had
box of
to,
crayons, air them out, huh?
she had to.
Hey, if you're angry enough and you gotta air everybody out, then that's what you gotta do that day, right? But yeah,
Uh,
you're gonna stand your ground, right? So I teach my kid, stand your ground, and then whatever the outcome is, we'll deal with the outcome. But as you get older, right? As she gets older, then we're gonna have deeper conversations to say, okay, you're standing your ground, but you're gonna be calculated with what you do. Because standing your ground comes with consequences as well. So once she gets to that appropriate age where we had those conversations, you know, it'll expand a little bit more. But for now, at the age that she's at, you just need to understand simply, stand your ground. And that's where we at with it right now.
I got now. You want to make a comment about the topic?
Oh yeah. I mean, y'all was on Nick Cannon and Amber Rose and everything that's happening in
Yeah. Why don't
Iran.
they go? Why don't they go to Iran and fight?
Come on, Platt. They ain't doing that, man. Come
Well,
on.
but they're not conservative. Okay. Well, are you a conservative, Jr.?
I have conservative viewpoints. I wouldn't
Okay.
say
So
I'm a full-blown
yeah.
conservative, but you know,
Mhm.
I have conservative viewpoints on life and
Is
things
Nick
like that.
Cannon a conservative?
I think he has conservative viewpoints. I wouldn't the way he lives his life, I wouldn't say he's a conservative.
Okay. And Amber Rose, is she a conservative?
Same thing.
Nicki Minaj, is she a conservative?
Same thing. Yeah.
Mike Tyson, is he a conservative?
Same thing.
So that's what I'm saying. This is a new thing they've said. What we're going to do is we're going to support the conservative party, but we're going to live like liberals. And I don't think that's what they're about. That's all. I'm just
Yeah,
saying, 'cause I don't
yeah.
get it. I know it's cool to be conservative, whatever, but it's like conservatives, Ogie from Muskogee, which is fine. That's what you are. But they don't. They want to claim that, but they're still they're more extreme. They're extreme liberals,
Oh yeah.
ultra liberals.
Yeah. You know, I find the Nick Cannon, Amber Rose conversation very interesting. Me and my wife was discussing it. She was kind of flabbergasted by, you know, his viewpoints or thoughts. And I was just like, look, you know, people out here, they changing their face and washing their hands to look different every day, right?
Every day.
I mean, you could go back and look on Nick Cannon's Instagram. Man was wearing a dashiki with a turban. Where they do that at?
Facts.
A dashiki with a turban. You know what I'm saying? So you have
It
on
be tripping.
a African garment with a turban, and then you got a I can't breathe George Floyd sweater on. You know this. So if you ask a true conservative about the George Floyd incident, they're gonna say he offed himself, right? But if you speak to a liberal, they're gonna say, well, the actions and the accounts that occurred at that moment caused his life to be taken. So, in one breath, Nick Cannon wearing an I Can't Breathe shirt, a dashiki with a turban. In the same breath, he driving around talking to Amber Rose, saying what he said just a few days ago. So they change, people change who they are. They seem like every day.
You may not know, Plat, but he have a show. Well, you probably know of his show, right? Wild and Out. They canceled his show for a minute.
Yep.
And if you see, and if you go look at the show of who used to be on there and how it was with certain races, they added other races there, and they're prevalent in the front. So you only got so much power.
Good for him. He
Yep.
added some races to his show. But in my opinion, I said it back then, Nick Cannon's too old to be sitting on that stage. I can see if he's got a project and he's producing the show, but he's a member. And I said, man, that man, a good grown ass man. I said, Nick, go sit your old ass down, man.
That's a separate check, bro. And when you talk about
Tabor,
production,
Tabor. I said, Nick, go sit your old ass down. You too old to be a member, stand on that stage trying to tell jokes on Wild and Out. You too old. You grown, man. Sit your grown ass down. He kept jumping down there, putting water in his mouth, telling jokes. I said, look at this grown ass man. I said, what? Look at black people, though. I said, how do people look at the black man? You got grown ass Nick Cannon with a mouthful of water. Somebody tell me a joke. And I said,
bro,
man,
that's not a kid show.
Sit your grown ass down. It is actually it's the MTV.
Not,
it's the MTV show.
But it ain't a kid show.
Yeah, it's an adult show.
Define kid.
It's an adult show.
It's an adult show.
No, it's not. It wasn't pitched. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
It always have been.
No, it was not pitched at an adult crowd. Mostly adult crowd. No, they didn't.
Kids enjoyed. Cat Williams was on the first episodes. Cat Williams old.
Meaning what?
It's an old person show.
No,
millennial, bro.
No, it was for, I'd say, this streamer universe, all of that streamer stuff is that same crowd. They don't have an adult crowd.
Nah, that's different.
What's
Streaming
the difference?
totally
Them the people who like Wildin' Out.
Streaming. I mean, they like it because it's funny. Carlos Miller is not a kid. Carlos Miller like 40-something years old.
But he was on the show.
I know, and he around the age as Nick.
But they were on that show talking to 13, 14, 15-year-old kids. Who you think watch Wild 'N Out? You think grown-ass people watch Wild 'N Out?
Absolutely.
No, they don't.
Absolutely.
And they didn't. No, they don't.
Man,
and they didn't.
Platt. Those are grown people in that audience, Platt. Those are not kids.
35-year-old ain't no 35-year-old person looking at no MTV, and they certainly ain't looking at no Wild 'N Out.
That's our era, Platt. That's my era. That's we still enjoy BET and MTV despite the goofiness and VH1. Why you think the ladies on what you call that on the Real Housewives, they in their 40s and 50s?
Yeah, I look, Platt, I'm not gonna say
who was Wild 'N Out made for? It was made for kids. It wasn't made for adults.
No, it was made for adults, man.
How's it made for adults? It was made for
adult content.
It was made for immature people who were stuck in Arrested Development. It was not made. It's just like that stupid jackass.
But it works.
Wait a minute, that jackass. Who you think that was for?
Adults.
Young adults, Platt.
No, it was.
Yeah. Those were adults doing that show, Platt.
I agree with you. The people that were there were doing it, but it was for kids.
Man, listen, Platt, what I'm telling you, in our generation as a millennial, we had like some of the best times. That's why the cat from all that, what Keenan and Kel, Keenan is still on, what do you call that? On Saturday Night Live. That's all our era people. We grew up.
No, he's there because he can't find a job. That's why he's still there.
Hey,
what I will give you, Platt, and you correct on this. Look, the crossover of the age ranges, definitely. Like, so the show is constructed for adults, but the crossover, it can easily cross over into young teen.
Nah, I think it's correct. I think that it was constructed for young people. I would say teenagers, and then some grown people looked at it. But if you really look at it, because of the people on there, they're too old. Nick Cannon was always too old to be on there. He wasn't funny.
Yeah, he wasn't funny. I get that.
You had a bunch of people up there that was not funny.
You know what? So you know what? Let me give you the flip side of that. Ridiculousness. The Rob dude. Rob
Yeah,
is almost 50
Rob
years
did that.
old, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
they finally got rid of that. No, I know what you're saying.
yeah,
They
they had a
got rid
good
of what?
crossover.
Ridiculousness?
Yeah, he milked that. He milked that.
Man, it's in syndication, and they get paid
Yeah,
way
it's in
more in
syndication
syndication, and
for
it's
sure.
heavy, bro. The dude company worth like $500 million because of
Well, white
ridiculousness.
folks like his stuff, man. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
hold up? Did you watch that?
Watch what?
Ridiculousness.
Nah,
Absolutely.
nah,
I
Oh,
have.
I
okay,
didn't watch
yeah,
none
I
of that.
seen it, but
I
I
have.
like watched it. No, I seen 1 or 2 episodes, but no, I didn't sit there and like know when it comes on and
Oh
stuff.
no,
No,
no, no.
Yeah,
It's not like that. It's not like that. I'm
I
just
mean
talking
once,
about enjoying the structure of the show. It ain't nothing but American Funny Home
but and that
Videos.
was for
yeah,
kids
that's
though. But
essentially
that
what it is. You're right,
was for
bro.
children though. That wasn't
Yeah,
for no grown people.
What American Funniest Home Videos?
That's not for grown people. The that's more family entertainment. But what I'm saying, the ridiculousness, that was for kids. That wasn't for grown people.
Nah, man, that was grown people. That's what I'm telling you.
nah,
It
that
was
was for
grown
kids,
people.
man.
Nah,
He
bro.
pretty much took
Listen,
the same construct
if it
and
was
made
for
that show.
kids, if it was for kids, they wouldn't tell you not to send in those submissions. If it was for kids, you would see kids only kid videos. Those are
Yeah.
grown people doing dumb things.
Now
People like to see that
they put the stamp at the beginning of the show, you know,
at
to
the
say don't
beginning.
try any of these stunts or this is for 18 and older viewership. But yeah, the videos that you're showing are
Adults
kid-like
doing
videos.
that. That come out. I mean, and you say kid like, but everybody trying to do something online for some likes.
Yeah, I mean same thing. America's Funny Home Videos, like you said, it's the same thing, same
It's like
premise.
how you can scroll through. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you good. Go ahead, bro.
And you can scroll through YouTube and you can scroll through Facebook and Instagram. You'll see some funny things with some adults. You'll see some sexually type things for adults. But then they be putting their kids outside. And they kids doing the same goofy things that they was doing as adults. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
It's all intertwined now. Adults like to be kids, man. These festivals, these $400 festival tickets, where these adults outside running around looking crazy, those adults paying for them tickets, not kids.
I got you, man. But who's running America, man? I mean, is it BB?
BB,
I'm
you on
starting to
that
think.
flat? Come on, man.
I started to think he is running America, man, because what he says goes.
If he invested in the right places, man, he got the
It's,
power.
it's
He can
definitely
sway decisions in the
uh,
boardroom.
a heavy influence. You know,
Yeah, heavy influence.
a lot of our tech is involved in that region, and BB got his thumbprint all over that region, man. So
He bought stock, so for the most part, he could be a majority owner,
yeah,
and you never know. That's America. It can be bought.
And they said that BB's been trying to get an American president to go and start a war with Iran for 20 years. And they say Trump was just stupid enough to listen to him. And now he's put us in this meat grinder. And yeah, that's sad, man. We're gonna have a huge body count. And in the end, they're saying even the mission won't be accomplished. So we
Whose
spent all this
mission?
money. BB's.
You don't think his mission gonna be accomplished? He already got where he needs to be at.
nah, I don't think BB's mission will be accomplished. He wants to have that regime turned over completely. That's not going to happen, right?
Because it don't benefit him.
Yeah, it does benefit him if that regime is different.
Yeah,
But what's going to
well,
happen,
right.
like,
I'm saying right now it don't benefit him. But go ahead, my bad.
yeah, you know the old saying, right? You say you cut off the head of a snake, but multiple heads will grow. That's essentially what's going to happen, or what has happened with Iran, right? You cut off the head of the snake and the elder, right, the first supreme leader. They're going to put somebody else in place, and then the operation going to keep going. Now,
Yeah,
can you slow down the growth of it? Absolutely. But I mean, look, we've already seen it once with the Taliban, right? We want to change the regime of the Taliban, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. We spent 20 years over there to leave the Taliban in place. Now, you got the Taliban leader coming to the U.S. shaking hands and stuff like that. But the ideal of how they think and how they want to live and how they view Western society has not changed. So,
But why would it though? Because Taliban would be a grassroots situation. You can, and even if you cut off the head and 3 of them grow back, at least one of those can be influenced. So one of them 3 ain't gonna be living like the other 2. So he easy influenced. Or 2 out of 3 ain't living like the one. Them 2 are easily influenced. So you still got some power.
Easily influenced by payment, and that payment coming at the cost of me, you, and Platt.
And no, it ain't.
Yeah.
I mean, you said, but nonetheless, we still over here with no issues. Because look what this is what we talking about this morning.
Well,
we ain't got no real issues.
You want to talk? I mean, you want to talk about issues? Look, it may be for us, we don't have real issues, but everybody may not be blessed and fortunate to be in your position.
Yeah, we have
everybody's issue is different.
As far as the geographical like landscapes or like the opportunities.
All of it, right?
So when they get their money, they can do what they want, and if they choose not to build their infrastructure out, that's on them, bro.
But no, you're saying when they get their money, so it's our money that we're giving to them. Like we're paying them to be in place. So we cutting the deal with the Taliban and say, okay, well, hey man, y'all in place, and you know, just keep the peace. We'll pay y'all to keep the peace. Now, that's a sweet deal. All right, cool.
Sweet deal.
Now you're not changing any viewership. It's pretty much you got an agreement on a napkin to say, all right, man, as long as we keep giving you this money, we good. But that person can get that napkin and throw it in the trash and be like, we got enough money. We didn't rebuild everything that we need to rebuild. Let's get back on their ass. See what I'm saying?
I get it.
So that's the catch-22 of it all. Like, yeah, we're paying. The U.S. is paying for peace. We're paying for peace, right? And that's coming out of taxpayers' dollars. Like I said, it may not affect you. You may make enough money in America to be unaffected. But somebody living at the poverty line, yeah, taxes still taxes at the poverty line too. You still got to pay taxes.
Besides you having a physical or mental disability, poverty is a choice, bro.
Yeah,
in America,
it's not a choice, man.
How is it not, bro? Okay, and keep in mind, I want you to answer me, how is it not? But let's make sure we establish a foundation. If you ain't mentally or physically messed up, right? How is it not a choice?
I understand what you're saying, and I preference the physical and mental, capacities of people. But you got to understand the structure of America, right? The poverty line, they're putting you at the poverty line and giving you just enough to survive, giving you just enough resources to understand how to live.
Like,
I mean, you got people out here. It's 2026. You got people out here that don't have internet in some areas, right?
But
there's some rural areas out here that don't have people live with no internet because they don't understand it. There's no education behind it.
Yeah.
But you can move, bro.
It's not that easy.
It costs money.
Yes, it is.
You need money to move. You need money to move.
You right. You need money to move, but for the most part, a lack of understanding is on you. When I was in Houston, in Lafayette, Louisiana, there was a part of Louisiana that never had phones. It was major news in Louisiana that they just got phone lines, bro. Those people could have moved. Yes, it does cost money, but people be comfortable at the bottom because they don't want to educate themselves.
Do you know the city? Because I'm talking about
this yesterday. Bro.
No, I was talking about this yesterday. Do you know the city life is liberal? Country, like you just said, no phones. That's actually considered conservative. The way things are, fishing, small towns, that's conservative life. Cities, Chicago, LA, that's liberal.
Yeah.
What's that?
I mean,
What's
you
that
gotta pick
place?
your poison out here.
What's that name of that track that's out there in L.A.? What's the name of it? Farragoma or some shit like
Figueroa.
that. Figueroa. Yeah, that's liberal.
I don't know how I knew that. It just popped up. I know that.
That's liberal.
Sabor done
That,
been through there. You done drove that
that
truck through there.
Hey,
Keep it
I heard
100.
about it, player. I heard about it. You feel me? Nah, bro, but everything is just a choice, bro. Like I grew up the way I grew up. I could have completely went the other way. I didn't see no winning in that. I knew I wanted to have kids one day and never treat my kid how I was treated. It's a choice. I have conversations with my daughter instead of putting my hands on her. That's a choice. If I want my kid to
but
have
you,
something, go ahead.
but you teach your kid to be a bully.
He didn't
I
say
teach my
that.
kid
I
to.
mean, well, he
I teach my
said
kid to
that,
have a
but
mindset.
it wasn't like that.
It's just a mindset, fam. Everybody is dangerous when they gotta be dangerous for the most part. But everybody just ain't dangerous every single day. You ain't waking up looking for problems. You waking up just to take care of what you gotta take care of. And if somebody brings something to your doorstep, then you gotta handle your business. You know that as a person that lives in your dwelling. If somebody comes to it, you don't want no problems until there's a problem. And you go take care of Platt first. Everybody else who's in the household, they go win solely off of Platt. Go take care of Platt first. Platt playing on surviving, so we go survive.
What?
If somebody come into your house and threaten anything you got
Oh,
going
you
on,
said black. No, I said you threw me
I
out with the
said
black.
Platt. I
You
said
said
Platt.
Platt. Okay, I thought you said black.
No. I said Platt.
Yeah, you got to survive, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta survive. So any of them people, let me tell you, man, we all know it. The food stamps, right? The housing, the WIC, the free public service, those people complain the most. Instead of getting the food stamps, getting the section 8,
No, you know
and
what? I think it's different. I don't think those people complain the most. I think it's people that's not on it that complain the most about
and
the utilization of food stamps and WIC
and
or
then there's
whatever it's
them.
called.
But based on America, they both got the right to complain. Because here I am waking up every day and I'm barely surviving because of my skill set. But you can up your skill set. Bro, most chicks probably don't know. If you have a child, a baby on child support, a father on child support, they offer services for schooling, bro. That don't mean them chicks go and sign up for them services.
Well, but so there's a caveat to that, right? So you're correct in services are offered, but what if you're in an area where the services are not offered,
Then you
right?
gotta move, G.
And moving costs what? It takes
It's not
resources to move.
so. There's ways to go about doing things. You can get on the list for
Yeah, you
Section
can
8.
get on the
That's
list.
America.
Look, what I would tell people is definitely look, have a plan. I agree
Have
with
a
you.
plan.
I agree with you. Look, you can change your life, but most people want instant life change, right? They want instantaneous because that's how America has become. You can get anything at the tip of your finger, right? You got a phone, the internet.
Hmm.
You can get anything that you can pretty much afford at the tip of your finger. So it's created a mindset of, oh, I need to be successful now.
Like
When you
like the
hear successful
microwave.
people talk, they talk about, yeah, they talk about their failures more than they talk about success, right? So I would just tell somebody, look, have a plan, right? You're gonna move, you need to have a plan. You need to devise a plan before you even move, because yeah, if your circumstances are, you know, less than desirable, you need to have a plan to move. Because if you're just like, you know what, my circumstances are less than desirable, I'm moving today, and I'm gonna move to a bigger city that has more resources to take care of my family. But now you don't have the resources to put down payment on an apartment. You don't have the credit score to possibly get a loan from the bank to get you a house. So now you're
And,
back to square one.
and,
Now
and
you've
that's that
moved with
independent
no plan.
mindset though. Because
So
let's say
have a
that
plan.
is possible and you want to move. Call somebody you know. You probably got a friend. go stay at somebody's house and sleep on the couch so you can get right and respect their rules
You talking about young?
until you get your
Hold
own.
on, you talking about young people, right?
Man, I'm talking about a grown man.
Nah, you're gonna have a problem with that.
I'm talking about, and you're
Yeah.
right. You could, and that's the point right there.
When you start
Right.
talking about, say, right out of college, or you're 24, 25, and you say you need, your friend, he went to California, you trying to get on, you say, man, let me come out there, I'm gonna hang out with you. And he's like, okay, I'm married, but yeah, I can find a space for you. And he's young and you young. I'm talking about under 30. You might be able to pull that off. But if he's 40, got kids and a wife,
Yeah,
and
that ain't
you,
popping.
35,
Yeah,
he ain't gonna want. No, it just ain't gonna work, man. It's like, what am I gonna do with you? You 35 years old. I'm married with kids. Where are you gonna fit? Where you gonna fit in my life? That's what I'm saying. And then hold up, you become a problem because he's like, you stand with him, but you still 35 years old. It's like, okay, what you gonna do, man? You gonna figure it out? I'm trying to find a job. I put out applications. I'm waiting. Yeah, he's probably not gonna that ain't gonna happen. That's not even an option for grown people. That's not an option.
It's not an option because of ego.
Well, that's that hashtag van life. That's what you.
Oh,
that's
man.
where you wind up, bro.
Living out the trunk of the car, huh?
But
that's where you wind up.
And see, all I'm saying, you right. It could be a problem. You got dudes be looking at their wives and eating the wives' food, but that don't mean you don't have the opportunity. Now, if you let your ego and pride get in the way of your future, that's your fault. That is your fault 100% because you can't put the BS in your head aside for a better life for yourself and not respect people and what they got going on. But the opportunity's there. You just don't want to look weak. I had before I was messed up in the game, I had no problem with calling certain people, right, for like a job until I got it on my own. Right now, I have no problem with telling somebody what to do. I would tell somebody to go, listen, bro, you can go down to the workforce in Houston, Texas. They'll help you get a CDL, bro. Just do what they telling you to do. It ain't hard. You want to change your life? Put in the next 6 months' work, at least. Thug it out. You've been grinding out the homelessness and the poor and the poverty.
No,
go
you know what?
Out and change
Tabor,
your life.
you're right. You're right. What I need to do, Tabor, I'm serious, is cut this internet off. And for 6 months, no, get in shape. Get in shape. Go to the gym. Go over my finances. Cut all my expenses down to the bare minimum, and give myself a 6-month sacrifice. I do. You're right. I need to do that, but it's hard to do that.
It's hard. I get it.
I guess I got to get motivated. So I guess I got to get motivated. And I don't know what I need to get that motivation, but I got to get motivated to do it because I do need to do it.
And the problem is with that too, Platt, is that at 3 months, once you really start to buckle down, at 3 months your plans could change, and it may add another 6 months on top of the 6 months.
Nah.
But you, bro, and not you personally. I'm just telling you because things change. It's never it's seldom.
A solid 6. That means miss the whole summer. That means no, that's what you're gonna be doing. You get yourself 6 months from now, but you'll emerge just like a butterfly in a cocoon. You emerge a better person and a better people. I think what you're saying, but I don't know for some reason, and I know it's about motivation. For some reason, we don't do it, but we need to do it.
Yeah, some people need to.
It's
like I said, man, you've been down for 5 years. You've been down 5, 10 years. You've been struggling your whole life. When are you gonna want to get out of struggle for yourself? Things need to change. You don't have to do it. You just don't have to do it. But if you don't, you know the future look dim.
Yeah, all right,
that goes for anybody, man. Anybody can change.
Yeah, I'm all right, man. I'm out here
fighting the
elements,
doing,
brother. Man, because it sounds like you got the house by yourself or something.
No, I'm walking, man.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
I'm on the trail walking, man. But once I go back home, yeah, I
The
got the
way you
house to
was sound,
myself.
the way you was sounding is how you was in the sheets or something. You was
Nah,
doing something.
you hear the sand and the gravel beneath my feet. I'm walking uphill now, so I'm like, oh, you might hear me be out of
You
breath in a
good, man.
second. There's
But
some
we
steep
prefer you
incline.
mute up. We prefer people mute up if they doing that because we,
Gotcha.
we don't want to hear that.
He said, man, you what you doing? You in the house by yourself? Come on, man. Nah, I'm out here walking, man. I'm enjoying nature, man. Conversations with my
Yeah,
therapist.
walking up a hill, that's crazy.
You got you
When we
got to get
talking,
out,
we
How much?
man.
talking about what we
How
talking
much
about.
your how much your house costs? Yeah,
My house, 550,000.
550. Okay,
Yeah.
$500,000 home. You there? That's a black man.
Why you ain't go cheaper?
Uh, I mean, I could afford it, so my my salary
You had a
put me around
choice.
there. Yeah, ultimately, yeah.
All I'm saying, you had a choice, big dog. That's all I'm saying. You can live better. Your 30s is not your parents' 30s. Your 40s is not your parents' 40s. We got access to the different resources out here. It ain't easy, but you got to put in the work.
Yeah, the work got to be put in. I mean, look, real life story for me, man. Coming out of college, uh, early on, one of my boys that I hooped with in college, uh, got a chick pregnant. He decided to get married, whatever the case may be. A few years later, it kind of dissolved. So, I'm doing my thing, my career starting to, start off or whatever like that. He needed a place to stay. So I was like, look, man, you good? You can come stay with me. Long as you need to, get yourself on your feet, whatever the case may be. That's probably the worst thing I ever did for that brother, man. Uh, he stayed with me. From what I could see, it seemed like he was getting his life together. But I'm not trying to be all up in your business. I'm not your parent, you know. So he few years passed by or whatever like that. I'm with my wife now, and we go back, and I'm just going down memory lane. Yeah, that was my dorm room right there. Then when I moved out, I lived in this apartment. Then when I first started off, physical therapy, working at the school, I was living here, and this was my homeboy, stayed with me. Then I see old buddy in the town still, whatever like that, and he was on. I'm not gonna say he was like on extreme hard times, but it wasn't looking good, man. We chopped it up, went out to dinner, stuff like that, chopped it up. And I was just like, damn, man. He explained his story, all what happened and stuff like that. Brother was falling on real hard times. And I had to like go back and look. I was like, damn, was I that crutch? You know what I'm saying? Should I have been like, you my bro, I got you, bro, but you got to figure it out. Because I just kind of stood idly by and like, yeah, man, get chill, crash here, do whatever you need to do. But yeah, I was like, man, maybe I was that crutch that didn't give you that push. Because sometimes in life, people just need a push.
They do. You got to hold their hand, bro.
So,
As however it sounds, you got to hold their hand sometimes.
but yeah, man, I like that's crazy. But, life is life, man. People go through it. I can't remember all what he said, but I know he said he was going through it. And I was like, all right, man, well, it's been good, man. But yeah, crazy.
Yeah, man, I already know what it is. Like I see how people is like that sound like the Creed 3 movie. When he was trying to help his buddy out and his buddy leveled up. And then next thing you know how the movie ended, but nonetheless, you can help somebody out. It's like you really don't want to get in between God's plan and somebody because that you don't want them to drag you down, but you still kept, things together. Look where you at now. You could have went the other way too, but you didn't. You had a choice. You got kids? Well, I know
Yeah, I
you
got a
say
little
you
girl. Yeah, got a
yeah,
little girl.
I know. Well, that and she can't just be out in the hood. She got to be in a certain area. You got to
Yeah,
remove her from everything
she ain't gonna
so she
survive
can.
in the hood. I'll tell you that
You
right
feel what
now.
I'm saying? She's spoiled now.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's a choice. She ain't had to grow up like your sisters or your cousins. You made the conscious choice to get it together so that way when your kids come into this world, or at least at a certain age, they get to do things that you wasn't able to do. It's choice, man. That's America. That's why I love it here. Everybody else, it seems like they ain't got choices. But even then, they got some level of choice, but they choose not to take it. They comfortable where they at.
I think if you turn your daughter into a thug, I think it's going to impact her dateability with good guys. If she always snatching hair and fighting, she gonna have a hard time finding a significant partner.
And she can be the good girl and still have a hard time.
I'm trying to see. No, I have seen some good girl thugs. No, I've seen that. I've seen some chicks. They thugs, but they quote unquote good chicks. Ah.
Yeah, it's in her, but she don't have to walk around be ratchet all day, cause she know for the most part she's still a female. That's why I tell my daughter, you ain't gotta compete with your cousins. You don't get what they get. You got way more. You don't have to go out here and do goofy stuff for daddy to pay attention to you. I'm already paying attention to you. Whatever you want, just call me for it. You ain't got to cry because somebody won't give it to you. Daddy will order some Walmart and send it to the house for you, baby girl. Don't trip. You can have snacks in your grandma room just sitting there. I do it all the time. All she got to do is pick up the phone, bro. So I'm on the road, but I'm afforded the luxury to be in my daughter's life how I am while I'm getting what my plan is together that she benefits from later. She don't have to know my plan. She can't really help me with it. So I got to make the sacrifice now to make sure I'm in a better position later. Because she going to need some things that she don't know she need yet. But when she call, daddy right there. You ain't got to, you go argue with your mama if you want, but call your daddy. Daddy ain't going to give you a hard time.
I got you, man. Listen, we're talking about invading Iran. The terrain is literally impossible to invade. There's a lot of exposure. There's a lot of flatlands and deserts. There's a lot of mountains, which gives the enemy elevation and opportunity to pick you off from a position of they're higher and they're protected. You're exposed because you're in the desert flats. That desert sand will eat through a Jeep. It'll eat through a military truck. It gets in the tires. You got to get that stuff out. And you have limited resources. Water. You need water to drink. You know, no time, no water. We need to spray the truck with water to get the sand out. You don't have time for that. And once again, you're exposed. Tents. What about the food? What about the mental stamina of your detachment? So people can't go too long. And then what about the ultimate objective? Why are we doing this? And then Israel, why are we so concerned, or why are we so controlled by what's best for Israel? You know, Trump's arguing with Canada. He's arguing with Greenland. He's arguing with NATO. Wouldn't they have a higher presence? What was this? We're going to do whatever Israel tells us to do, including putting boots on the ground. And you can't win those fights because then you got to maintain them. And they don't live like we do. We're Americans. You know, like I said, we just enjoyed, I think even tonight, I mean, go look. We enjoyed the Final Four. We enjoyed the Final Eight. My fault. That was the Final Eight. We enjoyed, now we're in the Final Four. This is America, right? This is something we see all the time. If we want to watch it, we can watch TV and I see Michigan versus this team. I think I'll watch because I want to. Because this is the land of milk and honey. I don't want to be like Iran with all of that extremism. I don't want to be like Iran where you watch church all day. I don't want to watch church all day. And I don't want to be in a cave with a goat talking about when I die, I'll get a virgin. I don't want to live like that.
At all.
That's how they live.
I want to live like that.
No, that's how they live, brother. And if you got to be careful, don't fall for this stuff, man. We got Trump sending 10,000 more troops. I don't know why. Is he trying to leverage that so that he can then manipulate the system so that he stays in power?
Can he do that?
Depends on the American people.
So if we had war, like a full-fledged war right before election, or they already did the election, or let's say right before
Well,
the
it just
election, he
depends.
can stay in power?
It depends. He's have anything he does, it has to be approved by Congress. We have to wait and see. This would throw the country into a civil war. That's basically what he's advocating for. So if we're around midterms and he declared martial law, the country's going to go into a war. So, and that's not good. But if he don't care, then
And that'll be a choice, right? Because why would you go fight your neighbors that you may need or been knowing for 10, 15 years? That's crazy. That's crazy. But there's money to be made somewhere in that.
like the stream, man. Support the platform, man. Hit the super chat, hit the cash app, subscribe to the channel. We trying to tell you the truth, man. Who's running America? I think Bibi Netanyahu is running America, and I didn't vote for him. And that's the problem. I didn't vote for him. Trump said no wars. Bibi said let's go to war. Bibi's got problems in his own country. I don't know what's going on, man.
And I'm pretty sure he extracted every dollar he could extract out of it. Now he need new money.
I don't know how we win the way we're headed.
Yeah, that's a matter of what do you call a win? What is a win supposed to look like? I guess from your eyes of where you at, but then at the top also. What's a win?
I don't
Well,
know, man.
if you're not keeping score, you can declare a win whatever you want it to be. You can just continuously move the goalposts. But unless you're keeping score, like in sports, you keep a score. But in war, there's no score. So you can put whatever objective you want to put out there. We want
And change it at any time.
Yeah, we want to destroy 50 boats. Yep, we won. We destroyed the 50 boats. So you can just keep kicking the can down the road with that.
And let me tell you something. If somebody spams you, don't do it. If they spamming and they're talking about take this deal or whatever, don't do it.
You saw the email that they leaked?
No, I'm saying you may go to you may buy something on Amazon, and then your information gets out to a company. If they are spamming, don't buy that company. Why are they spamming you? If they have such a good product, why are they out there spamming?
Yeah, I pay attention to the like whatever email. Like if it say Amazon, it'll say at Amazon.com. I mean, I think there's a way around that now, but yeah, I don't pay attention to just random emails. Free money and PayPal
Yeah,
and USPS.
be a millionaire tomorrow. Give me $100 for my special private podcast. Wake up tomorrow. Wake up tomorrow a millionaire. Yeah, I ain't gonna go for that, man. I'd be like, nah, you promising too much, bro. You tripping.
Yeah. I would just say, when you're buying things online, man, just be careful. Make sure you unselect the subscribe, email or whatever like that. So if you buy something, before you hit that purchase order, you need to check to see if it says if you want to be subscribed to whatever email subscription or whatever like that. Uncheck that, because obviously your information, it will be shared with that company and whatever other company they're affiliated with. And so they're
gonna do that anyway. They go once they get your information. Once you get, I got a company. It's registered my NACI, my NACS code. It's data processing, and I know that. Once you get the email, if they tell you you can't use it, you can send it to Platt. Platt can use it. They're gonna have to unsubscribe. Then Platt can send it back to me. It can be a whole circle. And then there's
my email,
hundreds of thousands, anybody's. I'm just saying the idea of what it is.
I told a spammer, I said, listen, send it to the email. And they said, well, we're trying. I said, listen to me. You have the email. They said, yeah. Send all inquiries to the email. Do not call me. Do not call me. Send it to the email. I understand spam. And I said, if I'm interested, I'll read the email and I'll follow up. But they didn't want to use the email. And I was like, I didn't give you I gave you a number, but this was about an email. Send it to the email. And since that time, that dude's probably called me 10 times. And I blocked him. But he used another number. I said, man, what the? And I said, why would I want your product if you're trying to force it on me? I'm not interested, bro. And that goes back to the game, right? Like out here dating. Okay, come back one time. All right, she dissed you. You come back, follow up, because you got advanced game. But don't do 3, 4. Don't do that. Don't do 3, 4. She rejects you 4 times and then you back in 5. Don't do that.
Stepping and fetching, begging and pleading.
Yeah, that's a special type of offensive. Don't do that. Don't do that to no woman.
And then be mad when she play you. Wild. Wild, man.
Yeah, that's begging. And I look at that same thing with sales tactics. If you got to change your number and call me 5 times, and I've already told you hit the email up and you don't do it, yeah, you desperate and your service must be trash because why are you desperate trying to get me to get it?
Yeah, man, I get calls for the business credit. We can give you based on your bank statements. I just like, yeah, I'm about to send you my bank statement for a couple of dollars. You telling me you gonna send me, and it's always a random number. They lately been calling from where I'm from, so it's a Houston number, one of the area codes. Yeah, boys be running scams out here, man. But I mean, it works. All they got to do is hit a couple of them a day, or at least 1 or 2 a week. A few
Well, yeah,
$100.
that's the world we live in. You're right. People getting rich off the social media. You're right. All scams all day.
Post the ad, you click the ad, you like the product, you buy the product because it's cheap. Product never comes. They took the money though. It ain't nobody to argue.
Support the platform, man. Hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. We wide open, man. We trying to help you. We don't want this war to go on. We're doing everything we can to spread that message. We trying to help, man. Like the stream, man. Subscribe to the channel. You can support the platform via Cash App, via Super Chat. We trying to help you, man. If we didn't exist, who's going to help you? You would have to listen to these clowns who don't know anything about the service. They know nothing about war. They've never been in a war. They don't know. We're trying to bring you from a standpoint we understand. We're not loyalists. We're not brainwashed. You know, Trump said no war. Trump said it. Trump said there will be no wars if you elect me. We're in the midst of war. We got boots on the ground in Iran. It's dusty over there. It's dirty over there. Don't nobody want to go know to Iran. And them people are religious fanatics. They are religious fanatics. Don't nobody want to go over there around no religious fanatic. I don't want to hang out in no Tehran or the Odos Mountains with all of those goats and sheep herders. That ain't, see, I'm a black man. I'm trying to tell you, that means something to me. I got a nice little 8-hour. You ain't got to be back to work for 8 hours. I don't want to go around no, you do what with that goat, nigga? Say, man, you know what, bruh? Bruh, I don't want no cup of coffee. I don't want to hang out with y'all. And no, I ain't with that. Y'all live a certain kind of way, man. What you mean when you die, you going to get you some virgin? Hey, bro, you know what? You know what, though? I ain't got to die to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to do what you doing, but damn. My heaven on earth, bro. I'm from America. I don't want to live in these mountains, bro. I don't want to live. That's what you do. You hang out with that horse and that goat. Where your woman at, though? You get that after you die, man. You know what? I'm finna go back to America. Y'all over here, y'all on some different type shit. Who told you to think like that, man? The Ayatollah, man, you must be out your motherfucking. And see, we don't think like we don't live like that. We're not gonna say, hey, after we leave this earth, things get better. Nah, man, things gonna get better right now. Nah.
And we actively try to make it better.
That's
Some
what
of
that's
us.
what we're gonna
I'm
get
waiting.
that done. That's gonna happen. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App, man. Hit the super chat. What we trying to get into over here, man? He said, this is hell on earth. You ain't getting better. Wow. I heard that.
I mean, that depends because they got some people
Yeah.
that's waking up with some nice views this morning and didn't have
Ain't
to
good.
go to punch a clock.
Agus. That dude named Agus. That dude named Agus. Agus. My fault. Agus. Agus OPN Prism.
It can be heaven on earth if you put
That's
in
a
the work.
white dude right there. Agus. That's white boy. That man said, hell on earth, bro. I'm sorry to hear that's how you living. And I hope things get better. But nah, man, heaven is on earth. But I feel you though, brother. Don't think I'm compassionate. I hate that you living like that, but bro, come on. That man said hell is on earth, bro.
I never understood that.
Hold up. His name is Agus Odin Prime. I don't know what prism. That man's Odin. What you Thor? You supposed to be Thor or something? Odin. Come on, man.
He must be on the other side. He must be over there.
Yeah, he hitting that pipe. He tugging on that pipe, man. He pulling that. He putting that white smoke in his lungs, bro. That man talking crazy up here. Odin, Agus Odin Prime, Prism, Omega. And he work at the post office.
The U.S. Post Office?
Yeah, he calling himself Prime and Omega, man. Come on.
At least he got benefits.
He said Argus. Argus.
He got the choice to change his job.
You put Agus on the thing, Argus.
Yeah, man, I don't get that.
How you gonna be? Look, this dude called himself Argus Odin Prime Prism Omega. How you Omega Prism Odin Argus and you on food stamps? How you do all of that on yeah, that man down there eating. He's living off the county, bro. He's food stamp dude. He's a food stamper. He's a food stamper. You know, it just kills me how these guys are just caught up and bought by the system, but they got all of this knowledge that they learned on X. They went to somebody's channel on X, and now they're against all this stuff.
I don't want to compete because most dudes, when you start talking about dealing with the real world, you're going to have to compete. And then as you level up, there going to be some people that's just better than you. They got better plays. They got more money. They got better connections, resources. They can really make a move at the drop of a dime if the opportunity permits itself. And people don't want to compete with that.
That man say his name is Argus Odin Prime Prism. My fault. Argus Odin Prism Omega. And he down there with a book of food stamps in his back pocket. And that's what's wrong with the people now. Negroes with a food stamp book, a book of stamps are talking about world affairs like they have some influence or something. Man, shut up, man. Go buy you a job, peanut butter, some bread, and get your whole month planned out, man. Just make you some peanut butter jelly sandwiches if you got some jelly money, and you just suck on a peanut butter sandwich, man, until you can make it to your next check. But these guys out here trying to save the world, Argus Odin Prism Omega with a food stamp book in his back pocket.
Stay on stamps.
That's a bridge too far. That's a no for me. He say he eating bacon, eggs, and steak for breakfast. Your cholesterol pretty high, bro.
Yeah, he look. I see his photo. He looked like he gave up. He gave up. He can't compete no more.
I don't take government handouts. I don't think government here. I think you do. I think you do. I think you do take government handouts. Yeah, you ain't had a fruit. When the last time you had an apple, Argus? Argus. When the last time you had a whole apple? Since you was a boy? Yeah, you're part of the problem, bro. You don't understand what we going through. That man ain't had a whole apple in 30 years. Yet he's on podcasts interrupting, causing dysfunction, being a nuisance. He says 6'4". How much you weigh, Argus?
220.
You in the what you 400? When you 400, you can't get in the bed, man. When you that big, 6'4", 400, they don't make beds for people that big. That man sitting up here full of food stamps, cholesterol, 6'4", 400 pounds. And he on here hating. Talking about Iran, bro. You need to go over there, man. As big as you are, you need to go to Iran. They need a guy like you. You ever seen Lord of the Rings? You know them big old things? You know what I'm talking about, Tabor?
The ogres?
Yeah, them big, I'm talking about them big ones. You know, they have a thing coming there with a hatchet or a hammer, and it's a big goon looking thing. It's not like the orcs. It's bigger than the orcs. I don't know what they call them, those big things.
I only see that movie one time. It was a long time ago. I ain't gonna hold you.
But all right, Tabor, what we gonna do, man? Because we went over the time. We gonna go ahead and shut this down.
That's
I
a bet, player.
appreciate you, Tabor.
For sure.
I appreciate you. And do me a favor, Tabor. Keep up with diesel prices. Like, if you can, randomly, as you go throughout America, just write down the prices and tell me the differences, okay?
That's a bet.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, big dog.
All right. And we out of here, man. We want to know who's running America. You tell me. If I don't know what I'm talking about, you tell me. I think Bibi Netanyahu's running America. We're over there right now fighting his war. And then you got the acolytes, the Trump acolytes, who don't want you to say anything. They want to tell you how to think. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. Yeah, probably, Miss Lacey. Hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. Support the platform. We could talk. Well, we'll probably be back with another military stream, but we're going to go. We're going. We haven't forgotten about our other stuff. Just hang around. Look, subscribe to the channel, hit the notifications. Hang around. We'll be back. I don't know what YouTube is doing, but subscribe, hit the notifications. They're not sending out my notifications. Subscribe, hit the notifications. I'll be back probably later on. We're going to go over some stuff. I did want to do a stream, though. What was the stream? Oh, I was on the tip of my tongue. I done forgot about it. We'll figure it out, man. Take care, man. We out.